Okay. Make sure that's all the way up. Well, I just watched the live stream, from Thanksgiving earlier today, and it was a good one. It was, at least people were getting along, and everybody kept their temper, and um, you know, Brooke, honey, I'm glad you got to join us, and um, it was nice. It was like the best 2 hours I spent with my family in a long time. Alicia was there, my brother was there, family friend, Steph, mom, Chris, uh, myself, obviously. But in my exhaustion of the past 5 days, that I've been busting my keister, steadily cleaning this place, cleaning the living room, fragmentally. Clean a section, rest, clean a section, rest. Um, I try to like take pain pills and stuff right away so that they can get a chance to kick in. And when my energy starts getting low, then I'll like eat one of my little rice bowl cup things or something. And that helps, bring my energy up a little more. Um, but I realized some inconsistencies and unfinished thoughts and so on that I never got into earlier because I was so exhausted that I was just, living moment to moment. But the first of which, when my daughter Alicia was little, um, she went through a lot. I mean, from the time she was 2 up till now, and she's 24. So 22 years of her life was taken from me by the family that I never really considered family. Um, Not because I'm against adoption or anything like that, because that's how Alicia kind of came to be. Was her dad was adopted by a Jewish couple or what have you, or at least one of them was Jewish. I don't know about Sheila. Hang on, I'm counting. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Let me see. I'm trying to figure out. Let me go before I get into that backstory stuff. One of the things that I meant to say but never finished was when we get the house, me and Chris, which, we're still waiting on some kind of paperwork or something from the government. And, the government, I mean, when they owe us, they take their good old sweet time. But when we owe them, they'll be pounding on your door night and day, so to speak. And they're not going to leave you alone till they have what they feel entitled or whatever. So we have no idea how much longer it's going to be. But what I was meaning to say and didn't was that this girl, I won't give any names, but this girl that was supposedly a friend of Alicia's, so much so that she moved to Kentucky so she could be closer to her. And, so they were dating, they were kind of a thing for a while. And, I don't know. I guess I want to say it only lasted a couple of months, young love and all that. I have always been very open about, people's chosen lifestyle, because my own is, very odd and weird at times, or by what some standards people would consider weird or odd, kind of like an odd Thomas. This girl really did her wrong. The family were drug addicts and alcoholics, and Uh, they just one day decided they were done with her, that she had outlived her usefulness to them, and I was very heartbroken for my daughter, because this has been the story of her life, all her life. Everybody that she has ever given her heart to, male or female, don't matter. It's gotten broken. And I can relate, because I remember how tough it was for me when I was her age, and I made some pretty stupid decisions myself. Got in with the wrong crowd and kept, falling for the wrong guy, and I paid for it dearly every single time. And so she actually moved mainly to be closer to this girl. So, because I met the girl once, and she seemed like she fit right in, with the family. Seemed like she was a nice girl with a nice head on her shoulders, and they seemed genuinely happy, and I was happy for them. But when the girl showed her true colors and basically dropped my daughter like a hot potato, excuse me, I'm very gassy today, egg farts. At least there's no smell-o-vision, so that's a good thing, I guess. But it's bad gas, and that's why I think I only ate two of them, because I love them, but it's the kind of gas that literally makes you feel like somebody's sticking a knife in your stomach and slicing you open. Very, very painful. So anyway, so now that her and this girl are no more, she has inadvertently gotten herself locked in a contract that she's struggling to get out of, or at least last I knew, she was struggling to get out of it. And quite a while back, when Chris officially started through the Rural Development, RURAL Development Project, or whatever that he found, where you can actually buy a house. There's a process, of course, that you have to go through, and a lot of red tape, a lot of paperwork and whatnot. Well, we are waiting on some piece of paper or something that I have no idea when it's going to be here. But we let Alicia know that, if she can find a way to get out of the contract of the place that she now feels stuck at, that is like a little over 2 hours away, and, so on and so on, we told her that she could always come and live with us. Even if it was just for temporary, just for a short time. And I would dearly love to be able to have those precious moments with her while we're helping her find a house, help her find a good job, with a good schedule that she can live with, and, figure out what changes she needs to make to adapt. But, she can come and stay with us. And that will at least help me get back some of the years that I think were wrongfully taken from her and I, because the Feinstein family doing what they did. I'm not saying all of them are like Donald. I only had a couple of them that I knew, a couple of them I met, but it was for a reunion one time years ago. Me and Adam were still together, and I just felt like I wasn't there. Like nobody would talk to me. Nobody would interact with me. Nobody would engage me in conversation. So I just amused myself and just left it at that. There was one aunt that name's Terry, which is one of the few of that family that I actually got along with. Now, just for a moment, a little bit of backstory about Adam and how he came to get adopted by Donald and Sheila. When Adam was born, his actual biological parents were young. They were in their 20s. They were in college. They were not ready to be parents. They were not ready to have a baby. And they didn't want it to destroy their career and just, mess up their life, was their attitude. So they put Adam up for adoption. Donald and Sheila got him. So they've had him since he was a baby, But growing up like that, if you're brought up in a good home and you're lucky and fortunate enough, then, you'll be fine. But you have no way to determine until get a certain age, you start comprehending, their ways, their views of how things should or should not be. So Adam has always wanted to know his real parents, and I don't know if he ever did meet any of them or not, but they were not a good choice. He's always had a lot of attitude issues, anger problem. He would lash out. He didn't get along with Sheila and Donald and yada, 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 on and on. Well, Adam's not ever really gone into details about, which is his right. I wasn't, it's not like I was going to try to force it out of him or pry it out of him or anything like that. If he wanted to talk about it, he would talk about it. If he didn't, that was okay too. He and I were only together 4 years, 2 of which we were married. And for a while, when Adam would bring Alicia over for the weekend, or I would go get her or whatever, or like he would drop her off and then I would take her home later. I mean, we kind of alternated, Those were probably the most precious times that I will ever have with my daughter. And I just wish I could have gotten them videotaped or something, but I didn't think about it at the time. I was just trying to live even then, moment by moment, and enjoy my time with my daughter. And, when it came time to take her back, if she was hungry or whatever, I would say, honey, are you hungry? Do you want mommy to stop at McDonald's or something and get you something? Because I wasn't about to take my child back to her dad on an empty stomach. Because that's bad parenting, and that's not me. So I always made sure she had a full belly and we had a good time. That was our time together. But at the tender age of 2, I had a really, really good job at the time. I was working valet parking at Tuttle Mall, which is a mall about half hour, 45 minutes, something like that away. It seems like it's far, but it's really not. Once you've driven it a few times, you get used to it. And because I was living in Marysville, it wasn't that much of a jog down the road, not to me. Adam came in one day and bought me lunch. And he had what I call a very particular, how do I want to phrase this proper? He had this look on his face. He looked like somebody had just shot his best friend or killed his dog or something. I mean, something was obviously bothering him, and it was pretty serious because he looked like he was about to cry, and I was trying to eat my lunch, and I knew that something was wrong. So being who I am, I said, okay, babe, what's wrong? What you're scaring me. What's wrong? Talk to me. What's going on? And he just shook his head very sadly. And he said, just finish your lunch. And he, feigned a weak smile. And so I'm like, okay. And then I just, it's kind of that unmistakable pit in your stomach that that they're about to drop a bomb on you. Well, he did. After lunch, we went back outside. I was back at my podium waiting for the next customer to come up so that I could park their car for them and, get on with my day, do my job, and so on. He started bawling. He started crying, shaking, grabbed me, threw his arms around me, and said, I moved out. And it's the hardest thing I've ever had to do. And he was just, I feel like that was the last moment that Adam truly loved me. And then everything changed, because not only had he just blurted out that he moved out, but he took our daughter with him. It hurt me so bad that I could barely finish the rest of my shift that day. I was so heartbroken and soul shattered that I had to wear my sunglasses no matter what the weather outside and no matter if I was inside or out because I couldn't stop crying. But I just plugged along, I got through my shift. I went home and probably cried my eyes out for the rest of the night. Alicia was 2. How do you explain to a 2-year-old that you just took mommy away and you and daddy are moving to a new place now and mommy's not coming with us? Why? They never had that conversation. I'm sure he made up some kind of a believable story that it had to be done for whatever his reason, but I know the truth. Donald and Sheila they were both born to privilege. Sheila has Russian descent in her bloodline, and Donald has Jewish in his. Donald was a very wealthy man. He owned some businesses and several places and several cities, and he traveled a lot. And the house that he lived in was so astonishingly beautiful. I hated him and remember thinking, why does he get to have something that beautiful when his heart is so black and cold and empty and cruel? The true reason why Adam did what he did and moved out and took our daughter without discussing it with me or anything, he just threw it in my lap and drove back to his nice new apartment with our daughter, and proceeded to concoct his story of why mommy wasn't coming with us and so on. So once she realized what he had done, she went into her bedroom and pounded the heck out of the mattress, pretending that it was her dad. She beat that mattress black and blue, metaphorically speaking. She had no say. She hated him, and for good reason. I know that's harsh to say, but in my opinion, Adam did not deserve the 22 years with her that he got to have that I was not allowed to be a part of. Donald and Sheila, rather together or separate, don't matter, gave Adam an ultimatum. If you don't leave that so-and-so good for nothing piece of white trash, which is how they always viewed me, because I was scum, because I was poor in their opinion. And Donald actually said that to Adam one day himself. Well, she's a little chunky. Don't have sex in the house, and she's scum because she's poor. So the next day at work, I could not complete my shift without wearing my sunglasses the entire time because I couldn't stop crying. So here I am, several miles away from home, several miles away from Columbus, away from my true family, which Adam never was, but Alicia is, and always has been, always will be. So they basically forced his hand, at least in part, and I believe the other part of it was he was just tired of me. I wasn't good enough. I wasn't pretty enough. I wasn't thin enough. I wasn't rich enough. And I wasn't Jewish. I didn't live up to their expectations. So I was unworthy of their son, who not only did they do a poor job of raising, but made him the monster he became. So my daughter has grown up in a war zone and told that every side she chose was wrong, because in their mind, she was only allowed to choose one side, and that was their side. That family, the bad ones, again, I'm not saying all of them are this way, they destroyed her and left me to pick up the pieces, and she keeps hiding the glue and she won't even let me try to fix it. I know it's not my job to, but she's still my daughter, and it was unfair for her to be raised in a situation like that by a family that I was supposed to believe loved, cherished, and adored her. She was their trophy because of all the milestones that she has achieved in her young life. And I'm very proud of every one of them that she's done. Um, she she's not had it easy, um, and neither have I. And thus, rip my heart out, stomp it on the ground, walk away laughing. The only time that Sheila treated me with any kind of decency or humanity or compassion or anything of the nature was when she found out I was pregnant, and the first thing out of her mouth was, "I want a granddaughter." So, well, lo and behold, a granddaughter was born. And one of my precious memories there is I used magic to invite Alicia's soul into my body, and she came. She took the offer, and Alicia was born. Adam wanted to achieve three main things in his life before he would feel complete as a person: lose his virginity, have a daughter, and find his real family. Because I loved him so much and so deeply, like I did every man of every child I have, which in totality is four: three boys, one girl, all different dads, all born out of wedlock. That has not been an easy mark to live with, because people tend to view the surface, not the story behind what caused the situation. I was able to fulfill for him two of the three. I took his virginity, I gave him a beautiful daughter, and he robbed me of 22 years of her life. So now I don't know what to do. I don't know how to be her mother. I don't know how to be her friend. I don't know what I am to her anymore. I'm just as messed up from this whole thing as her. And I'm sorry that she was put through it, because it wasn't fair. Another backstory was, let me think a minute, because I don't want to get my wires crossed. Yeah, it'll come back to me. I'm trying too hard. Or maybe that was it. Maybe the housing thing, and the not so fun life she had to struggle through. and come out on top in the end. Um, my family has always been a dysfunctional, broken home with abusive fathers, abusive mothers, alcoholics, violence, just all manner of horrors that one can think as a what did I do to deserve this? So I have just tried my best to keep on keeping on. Um, let that stuff go. Forgive them all for not only how they hurt my daughter, but me as well, and treated me unfairly and made me feel like a worthless POS that didn't deserve to live and share the same air as them. Four years of my life I gave to Adam. 4 years of abuse did my two boys suffer at his hand. When me and Adam met, we jumped the gun, we went too fast. But it's one of those things that once you do it, you can't undo it. You can either let it make you stronger or break you. And it kind of did a little of both for me. But I also realized that in order for me to finally be able to truly let it go, I have to truly forgive them and just live from this moment on to the best of my ability, and just put it in the past and leave it there. But because I am so deeply sensitive, when somebody causes a wound in me, they break my heart, they break my confidence, they break my self-esteem, they make me feel like some slut bitch hoe that crawled off and under a rock and doesn't deserve a good man, a good life, happiness, joy, all the things we all strive for to have in our lives that some are not always doable. They're not always achievable. But it's hard for me because my life has been its own disaster. Different things that I suffered as a kid, the stories that my mother couldn't share with me for a long time because she knew that there would come a time when I would be old enough to understand, comprehend what happened, why, and what she did to survive it, which she barely did. So, another backstory is that I think is important. I will get into here in a few minutes because right now I got to go visit the loo before I pedal down my leg.
It's cold. Still wet.
My cat pen came. Your big card. That's all that was for you. I'm back. Just trying to move stuff. Have a very narrow area to maneuver through. In the spirit of Thanksgiving, I decided I've done. Who is this from? M. Mabius Brooke. Oh, that's so pretty. It wasn't my pen after all. That's cute. Happy holidays to my queen. My son Michael's fiance. He got her this real pretty bracelet that's pink and it's got a cross on it. Aw, that's so sweet. I bought a cat pin recently. It was a little brooch that was only like $1.29 or something like that. I found it on Amazon the other day. And I thought it was cute, and wanted to treat myself. So I went ahead and got it when my check got loaded. But in the spirit of Thanksgiving, because I have done so many live streams for subs only, I decided it's time to balance the scales by doing some where anybody can view them, because I'm curious as to see if I get any positive responses, I get any other followers or, people that my hope is will somehow benefit with some of the stories that I share, as well as the solutions that I try to come up with of how to get through each bump in the road of life. How I overcame the darkest, some of the darkest periods in my life where I was totally alone. I was living in a trailer. I had been abandoned by a man that I had just wasted 4 years of my life loving, appreciating, or tried to appreciate him. I allowed him to move me, away from my family. And Marysville to here, roughly, if you make good time and the weather's not bad and the traffic's mild, you can get there in an hour and a half, But if traffic's really bad or there's some kind of other stuff going on or who knows what, it's a transit route that a lot of people take, businesses, and some business, some not. But I have seen Marysville grow over the years, but only because of the very few times, like last summer, that one occasion, me, Chris, and Alicia was in her car going somewhere. We went to Marysville. I think it was when we went to Marysville to visit with Herman, who lived in an old church building. And the guy that owned the property lived right next door. So all Herman had to do was walk next door and pay his bill, hang on. I count to a certain amount. So I'm not unraveling too much, but I'm not unraveling like too little either. And I need to compare this with the other sleeve, so that I don't end up making one, taller than the other. And pretty close. I'm making sleeves for this top because the arms have a really weird cut, like a triangle. And this is a size medium. So I was like really, really surprised that it even fit me. But I can't do baby tees. That's what I think they call this. It's kind of that style. It's made for somebody with a smaller frame. And as you can see, I'm a big girl. I'm German, Irish, Dutch, and a few other things. I'm a mutt, basically. I have such a mix in me. I don't even know a lot of what it is. German, Irish, and Dutch is amongst them that stands out the most. My biological father was German, thus the last name. Adam's family, Feinstein, which their last name's Jewish. It's Einstein with an F on the front. That's how I categorize it. So I will say this, because this can be viewed by anybody. All I ask is don't troll my channel. Don't come with an attitude. Don't come and make fun of me, judge me, cut me down. You don't know me. You have no right. I won't do it to you. Don't do it to me. If you cause a problem on my channel, I will kick you out. I will report you to YouTube, and not think twice. People want to be entertained. I myself am one of them, but I'm not sitting on $100. I'm not sitting on a wealth of money and fancy homes and fancy cars and fancy clothes and diamond jewelry and, you name it. The privileges of the upper class. But that doesn't mean that I'm a bad person. And I know that these vlogs are not going to be for everybody. That some of you are going to think, oh, this is boring, blah, blah, blah. You'll watch it for 5 minutes and then leave. Okay, fine by me. Thanks for at least checking out the channel, but don't bring no hate, because if you bring hate, you're going to get hate back and you ain't going to like it. I can't afford to go out and do paranormal investigations at exotic locations, at locations that have historical significances like many others are privileged to do, because they have well over 1,000 followers. I have a handful. So this was not meant to be like crochet hour, but these are just some back projects that I've been meaning to get done, and just life got in the way, and I was never able to get around to them until now. So trying to get my sleeves finished so I can hand sew them on to the shirt, see if I like the way it looks, if it fits better, if it comes further down on my arms, because my arms are big. So because of the cut of it, I need more, because it just don't look right. Baby tees do not look right on somebody with a large frame like me. Am I perfect? No. I'm just here to learn and grow like many. Hopefully along the way, I'll meet some new friends and make some lives better by sharing my experiences, in the hopes that somebody will learn from them, somebody will be inspired in some positive way. They will maybe feel like they're not so alone, and that there are those of us out there that can relate to some of the hardships of what it means to live in today's world that's got stuff like COVID running around killing everybody. And it doesn't age discriminate. It doesn't race discriminate. It doesn't care what your religious beliefs. It kills, and nothing more. So in a few days, when I go to my doctor's appointment, I think I'm finally going to face my fears, do a little prayer before I walk in the door to see the doctor on the 29th. And there's going to be a lot of tests. They're probably going to have to draw blood, hopefully not a lot, because I'm not anemic or anything, but I'm very fair-skinned. And I know that some of the tests that I'm going to be having them run on me to see, what health issues I have, what changes I need to make in my diet and my lifestyle, so that I can live a long, happy life and, hopefully live to be 100. But I know my health is not the greatest. I have let it go for far too long, and I'm gonna get my COVID shot and, just get it done and over with, because I don't want people to be afraid to be around me. I don't want to get them sick. I don't want them getting me sick, And today, when I was over at my mom's doing the live stream, which is subs only, only my son's fiance was able to pop on, and she stayed with us for the whole, 2 hours that it was that, we were there. Because one of them, I'll say it this way, one of them was very, at least she was open and honest about it and said, hey, I'm not feeling well. And, so on and so on. But I hope these are going to be enough, because I'm not even sure how they're going to look on the shirt until I begin the process of hand sewing them on, which I'll probably do here next. And this will just be my project for tonight, because I mean, it's already like almost 11:30 and Eastern Standard Time. And, I'm not exactly, planning on staying up until 3 o'clock in the morning doing an after party live stream, and trying to give everybody a chance to view some of these now, because I've done enough of them the opposite way, subs only, meaning if you subscribe to my channel, hit the like button, leave a positive comment on one of my videos, so that I know that there are at least some out there that truly appreciate what I'm trying to do to help to better my life, to inspire others to better theirs, make wiser decisions and better choices for themselves, and roll with the punches, as they come. All we can do is just get through, each day, and hopefully not want to take a gun to our head. Trying to think of some other, relevant topics that I think would be, beneficial. I'm very versatile. Sometimes I'll do readings on here. I mean, I'll bet if it was an actual client, then I would find a way to do the reading privately. But just for experimental purposes, I don't see the harm in, to make it interesting content, and hopefully encourage people to view. And the classic, smash that like button, hit subscribe and the bell icon, leave a positive comment, and let's, just have each other's back and get each other through it. It doesn't matter that I don't know you. It doesn't matter that I may meet none of you, but just don't bring the hate, because I will not tolerate it on my channel, and nobody should. If you're looking to be entertained, this is the wrong place to be. If you genuinely appreciate all that I do share, in the hopes of, like I just said, helping others and whatever, great. I'm an astrologist, parapsychologist. I do paranormal, supernatural stuff. I'm a witch. I have been for 32 years, but I'm a good guy. I try to balance out my energy, because, I mean, I have bad days just like anybody. And I don't think that magic is like the answer to everything. I do tarot readings. I'm a psychic reader and advisor. I can give wise counsel to some. I'm a leader. I'm a natural born leader. And so that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to lead. I'm trying to help. I'm trying to have a purpose. I'm the youngest of three. I would love at some point in the future, I just don't know when finances will allow. I'm scratching my head because my hair is dirty. It's, I've been sweating a lot, and I've been busting my hump, cleaning this apartment for the past 5 days straight, and I'm not done yet. All I can say is the world's a scary place. Just getting through each day and not getting COVID or any number of other horrors out there is just the tip of the iceberg. So I'm going to get my COVID shot, hope for the best, and face that fear, and hopefully be able to have some type of peace of mind that I did the right thing, because not only am I protecting myself, but I'm protecting others. And I hope that the person at the gathering today doesn't get everybody sick because she herself was not trying to hide the fact that she didn't feel good. I'm sitting here chilled myself, so I'm probably either going to have to go get me a sweater or change this dress, because now I've been sitting here sweating in it, and I don't want to get a chill and end up getting sick. So I will be back so I can go put some drier, warmer clothes on. out, Boo. Oh boy. Yeah, that would not be good if that got dumped. Okay. I decided to switch to blue. But of course now I'm all self-conscious about what my stomach looks like. But you know what? It's kind of one of those. I'm not trying to impress anybody. I'm just trying to be comfortable. Warmer and drier. And somewhere in the bedroom, I don't know where, so I'm not going to be looking for it anytime soon or anything, but I have some, like, hey Boo, come on, some jackets that, this is my kitty Boo Boo. He's an American curl. He's very soft and, you know, very lovable, and my animals like their mommy time, you know, which I understand, and I try to give them mommy time, but they understand that us silly humans, you know, we get busy and we can't always give them time when they want it. And yes, I know I have two stomachs. I look like Jabba the Hutt. But, you know, when you have low self-esteem and you let yourself go, this is what happens. Because then it becomes a struggle to not only get the weight off, but keep it off. Commit to be fit, you know. That's a good way to look at it. I also meant to get me a this is lip stain, so you have to be my back. You have to be careful how you have to put it on right, because if you don't, then it smears and smudges, and then, well, there goes your whole makeup job for the day, you know, and then you got to start over. I meant to get a compact while I was up, but forgot to look for one. And yes, I probably will see me wearing different scarves throughout different live streams. But just a bit of random information. Not that it's anybody cares, but it's my channel. So if you don't like it, go somewhere else. Being a Capricorn, the color blue, when you wear it, have it around you in some fashion, it helps to keep you from getting depressed. And I do suffer from depression, like many on the planet. My daughter suffers from clinical depression. My husband, Chris, suffers from clinical depression, and a lot of people in my family, uh, chemical imbalances in the brain and all that. So then it becomes our job as individuals to oh God, it feels like someone's sticking a knife in my right in the middle of my shoulder blades. Mm. So blue helps with depression. It helps to combat it. Here in a little bit, I may go in and throw on a different gown because I think sitting here like this, I'm going to end up getting chilled and getting sick. I have some real pretty jackets that they're like, little dressy things that you can wear with something like this and it'll look okay. This is an Avon dress. It's like an island dress. It's got all these pretty beadwork here and stuff, ties around the neck. It's backless. And I love scarves, so I figure, hey, well, I haven't worn this one yet, so let's give it a try and see if I like it or not. And just FYI, YouTube, this is zero nicotine. I'm not doing anything illegal. This is just simply a particular vape flavor that I like. So there's a particular jacket that I'm thinking of right now that I think would look really nice with this, and it would kind of, put something on my shoulders a little bit, so that I'm not so chilled. I'm trying to regulate my body heat, because even though it's hot and dry up here, uh, it's cold outside. It's been raining off and on all day, and that just makes things miserable right there. And I hate that rain makes me tired. So I just, wanted to clarify that this is nothing illegal. This is just vape oil that's a flavor that I like. I call it my latte mix because it's like caramel, peanut butter, banana, you know. Um, and this is a very expensive unit that my husband bought for himself several years ago when he was trying to quit smoking cigarettes. Well, he failed. But he did try, you know. He did try. Uh, I'm having a lot of really bad pain in the middle of my shoulders, and I can't really stretch out or anything. Well, I probably could. I could move the. Um, I'm gonna go see if I can find some kind of jacket or sweater because I don't want to get sick. I wish I could find that one. Try and repair this sometime because I think it's got a rip somewhere. Yeah, there it is. Well, This isn't much, but it's rainbow colored, and it at least covers my arms a little bit. I'll try to move this thing. Oh, crap. I hate when this thing does this. This table that it's on. Pull out my scarf. This is a very delicate, little like poncho style, and it's got holes in it, but I'm hoping it'll be enough to keep me from getting too chilled. And I think I might have to take a couple of my pain pills or something, because I think that's the only way this agonizing pain's going to stop in my shoulders, which means I have to get up again. Oh. While I still have, excuse me, a decent amount of food in my stomach. These are just over the counter. Whoop. It's 10 till midnight. And almost the witching hour. I'm trying to think if there was something else I wanted to work on making with this baby yarn. I think I have an idea. Just because, it keeps my hands busy. And oh, hi, Holly. Oh, thank you. How was your Thanksgiving? Good, I hope. Mine was great. Check out the live stream sometime, when you can. My daughter showed up. Alicia was there today. My brother was there. Jim was there. Stephanie was there. My mom, myself, Chris. And we live streamed the whole time. So, and Brooke popped on, of course. She, hang on a minute. And thank you. You're the first person that's told me I'm beautiful today and that I look awesome. I'm sweating all my makeup off, of course, but thank you anyway. Yeah, I really love this little thing, but it's like real delicate. So like when you wear a lot of bracelets that are like this, you have to be careful because it snags easy. And this, when you get a hole in something like this, it's damn near impossible to mend. So what I'm probably going to have to do is I'm going to have to find a little piece of material, and I have some scrap material around here somewhere, and basically put like a patch of sorts on it so it won't, like further unravel. And ours was in October. Oh, you had the witches' Thanksgiving. All right. Sewing, right? Yeah, I'm still kind of up in the air about the whole, getting used to, as witches, Halloween is actually when our new year starts. But, we only live streamed for like a couple hours, I think. And that was fine. I mean, because Alicia, she had a friend that lives in Grove City that she wanted to go spend some time with as well. So but she came and she spent time with us first. So I greatly appreciated that. And, it was a good time. At least for once, it's one of those rare times when everybody was getting along fairly decent until, of course, my mother started choking and scared the life out of me. And if you're wondering what I'm making, I'm making a dress for my niece's little girl. Yeah. I mean, it was only 2 hours, but it was precious all the same. And Brooke loved it. She was on for the whole thing. And Chris, he did really well. Like he always does. We decided to simplify because we weren't exactly sure how many people were going to be showing up. So Jim went to Bob Evans and had a pre-ordered or already made Thanksgiving dinner. And then all you had to do was heat it up, and serve it, and it was ready to go. And Chris, he heated up all the food. Mom had a real cute little narrow table that we was able to set all the food on. But Mom's place is so tiny, I mean, it's hard to believe it's a 3-bedroom place until you're actually in there and you're like, whoa. I mean, there was, let's see, me, Chris, Mom, Jim, Steph, Carl, and Brooke. So that was like 6 or 7 of us. And so we had to put the computer on a table that Jim usually sits at to do his computer stuff. I took my laptop, so I could live stream. And then this way, it was a nice way for Brooke to kind of sort of meet some of the family, and see what everybody looked like, see what everybody sounded like, so she can put a name with a face and, stuff like that. And it rained. It rained. It was really cold and miserable. But we plugged through, and a couple times I had to step outside to get some air myself because it was just getting too stuffy in there because there was a lot of people, there was a lot of body heat, how that goes. But anyway, yeah, back to the choking thing. Mom, sometimes, it's kind of like the equivalent of, when it goes down the wrong pipe. Okay, I'm trying to guess a measurement here because this is going to shrink when I really start working on it. So I hope because it stretches. This is baby yarn. One of my nieces, Chelsea, she has a little baby girl, Paisley, that's like, I think around about 6 months old or so. And, I'm not going to be able to do a lot of Christmas this year for, many people. So I figure, I'm making her a little dress. This is what this is going to be. And when I get done with it, I'm going to tie, do a couple little strips that her mom can tie onto her little shoulders. And, hopefully she'll be able to wear it for, a little bit before she outgrows it and it turns into a top. Lots of people, lots of body heat. Yep. I know what that's like. We get that when we do our annual Yule Fest. Yeah. Yep. But anyway, the choking. Okay. So Mom, sometimes, she will, something will go down the wrong way. And, it's very frightening to her. It's very scary because I've seen her choke before. And we even had to call an ambulance one time because we were at a McDonald's and like a little piece of chicken or something went down the wrong way. And she was getting white. She was getting chalk white. She was about to pass out. she was scared. And then, of course, I felt her fear. So we got her sorted, though. We was able to, they were able to help her dislodge it, or, they watched her and made sure that she was okay and she didn't like start turning blue or something. But still, it was scary. So a lot of times, when mom's eating, she'll have to have a glass of milk, because that just seems to help dislodge it on most occasions. And it helps to wash it down. Well, today that wasn't happening, which just added to my fear because I felt her fear. So I just started praying. I started doing this, directing energy, because I was sitting like right in front of her, and I just closed my eyes and I went calm and quiet, and I imagined emerald green light going into her chest and healing her and dislodging it. I said, Mom, when you've had enough energy, let me know and I'll stop.
Come on. Here, Bella.
Hey, Bella. Our Bella boy came in finally. He decided he had enough of the cold stuff out there.
And it started raining again.
Yeah, and it started raining again. So, one of the people there, she was sick, Stephanie, and I was a little concerned that maybe part of what was going on with Mom is that Stephanie was around a bunch of us. Yeah. And especially when she starts whimpering and stuff, then that's when the alarm bells go off inside my head. So my brother kept saying, you got to quit saying that, because you're going to cause her to, it's going to make it worse. And he wasn't trying to be mean or anything. I know that. He was just, he was stating facts. So I had to check myself, because, I kind of felt like he was ganging up on me a little bit, but I knew he wasn't. It's like, I'm not trying to psychosomatic anybody. I just knew my mom was choking and it scared me. But a lot of what she was spitting up was like a really white, thick mucus. And some of it was yellow. Okay. When stuff starts turning colors like that, that's even scarier, because, it's like, oh my God, are we going to have to take her to the emergency room? What's going on? Please let her be okay. So I just started praying. I said, spirits, please help her get this out, so she's okay. And she finally got it dislodged and she was okay. So that was a relief. I found a way to wear my dress, my black witch dress. I had to compromise the sleeves to do it, but I have a plan of action of what I'm going to do to sort of kind of do a patchwork of sorts with it, with some of my yarn that where did I put it? It's around here somewhere. But anyway, I'll show it to you when I'm starting to do the piece. I'm going to make basically a type of a band or a square or something of that nature. And I'm going to sew the ends of it, sew the material that I had to cut so that it would fit my arms the right way. But of course, when you compromise a sleeve like that, you got to be really super careful, because you could rip it further and further to the point that the dress is totally destroyed and there goes $50 down the drain. And then I have to get another one, and I don't want to go through that again. So, but yeah, I was wearing my witch dress the whole live stream, and I was very, very happy that I was able to finally wear it. So when I do my patchwork job, I will definitely wear it on a future live stream, and then I'll probably turn it around and show you what I did. And, hopefully it'll work out okay. And it'll keep the material from unraveling, because, yarn has a certain give and stretch to it anyway, because see, it does, but you have to work within the parameters of that stretch. So like, I'm hoping that this is going to be, because see, now it's already shrinking down to like half the size that it was, but I know how to do like edging that, it gives the dress a kind of a special little look. And it will give it more width and length. Excuse me, because I'm not trying to make it so big that it's like dragging the floor. She's only 6 months old, so I'm trying to make it within those parameters. And once I get it done, this is probably going to be one of her Christmas presents from Grandma Janet. And And, you know, as she grows, if she really loves the dress and the dress becomes a top because she gets too big to wear it otherwise, and she wants to be able to keep wearing it, then I can always add material to it later. I've done it for my daughter before. I made Alicia a really cute 2-piece outfit one year, and she loved the thing to death. And I did add to it a couple of times so she could keep wearing it. Crocheting. Yeah, it's crochet. Yeah. And right now I'm just doing a row of single crochet, and you know, the because of the delicacy of and the fragility of this yarn, because it's so much smaller, you know, I have to use a small hook, and it's got this real pretty silver glittery kind of stuff in it that you can't really see, but it gets snagged sometimes, you know, like it gets snagged in a weird way, and then it just have to go back and redo the stitch. I can do double, single, and triple crochet, but as you know, the more yarn you add, the bigger the stitch is going to be. So this thing, because it's going to be for a baby girl, I'm going to literally have to do the entire thing in single crochet. So once I get like more of an idea of, do I need to add to it? Is it okay? You know, and I mean, if it's a little big on her, that's fine. You know, maybe mommy will only let her wear it for like a dressy occasion, you know, or something like that. If you're using baby yarn, that stuff is really delicate. Some smaller looks are best, which you're using. Yeah, exactly. And it's believe it or not, it's therapy of a sort for me, because it's a mindless task that I can do that brings me joy, because one, I love to crochet irregardless of the fact that I have carpal tunnel in both wrists. So I can only crochet so much, and then you'll catch me doing this. That's because I'm trying to wake my hands back up because they've gone numb. But anyway, what's been like the latest places that you guys have been able to investigate, or have you been able to? I know it takes a few seconds before you can answer, so I'll give you a minute to answer. I'm sorry I haven't caught like any of your most recent live streams or anything. I don't think I've even caught the sew-in one, so I'll have to go back and find it, or you can tell me what title you put on it, so I'll be able to find it the quickest so I can watch it. Because my sewing was okay. We're working on 2 cases right now, both unsolved murders. Ooh. Oh, wow. Everybody loves a good mystery, right? Oh, yeah. You want to show off it? This is Chris's crochet set. Isn't that nice? Like, these are like really, really super small, and they're for like a certain style of yarn or what have you. And then these are like some other like different, bigger sizes. Mine, let's see, where is it? I've got 2 of them. He got me one too.
That's because some of the ones are missing from her other one.
Yeah. This is like one of the first ones that I ever got. And, as you can see, yeah, there's a lot of hooks missing. But some of these holes are so small, they're designed to only fit a certain size. We haven't done any live stream lately. Okay, good. So I just... you're so wonderful, that you come on, and when mine's on, I want to be able to show that support back and support my sister and my friend by, watching your live streams too. So that's why I try to, at least once in a while say, hey, what are you, what's the latest, what have you been able to investigate and stuff like that. But, crocheting for me is it's a hobby. It's a pastime. My Aunt Mary taught it to me, and she is passed. She's been gone many years now. And, I will never forget that she was the one that taught me, and I have made many beautiful things. Obviously some stuff is going to be easier to assemble than other pieces. Like, let me see if I can, whoop! there it goes. Just a bag. These are 2 sleeves that I just made for this top, which is a medium. But if you look, because of the shape, because it's considered one of those baby tees, it don't look right on my large frame, especially as wide as my arms are. So I make these sleeve additions to put on to give it more length so it covers more of my arms and it looks a little bit better. I can do scarves. I can do pillowcases. I can do blankets. I can do halter tops. I can do skirts. I can do dresses. Oh, let's see. Don't know how to do anything fancy like jackets or hats or anything like that yet. I go with what's easiest for me right now. And I mean, let's face it, there's a lot of crochet books out there. So, and I've only really had a couple that I have actually looked through, but I am most at peace, I have found, when I'm crocheting. This is something that I truly love to do and I really enjoy. Can you repeat that? Husband needed to talk to me. Okay. I'm not sure what did you want me to repeat about the crochet and stuff, the crochet books? Like, I had this one, I don't think I still have it, that had some interesting pieces in it. And it had this, I guess the general idea was you could like turn it into a doorstop of sorts if you put like gravel in it or something when you sewed it. Dress thing. Oh no, this is a top. This is a top. It's not a dress. See, it's just a top. But it's a size medium. And because of the type of material it is, it fits me comfortably and I really like it. So that's why I decided to just go ahead and, make some sleeve additions to so it'll lay on my body frame better and it'll look better. And, I won't feel like, ew, that just looks disgusting. I've done spiral sleeves before. I've done leg warmers. I've done 2-piece outfits. Like I've got this real pretty bright neon pink one that I'll wear on here sometime that I have added yarn to it over the years. And it looks really nice because, as your weight fluctuates, you're gonna
Down just a little bit.
Oh, you going to bed? Okay. All right. Yeah, it's been, it's been busy, and the past 5 days I have been really busting my hump.
6:30.
I know, babe. I got to bring my voice down because Chris is going to bed, and I don't blame him because it's been busy today. He did it. He did a lot. He got the meal warmed up for everybody. He got everybody served. He did the dishes afterwards. Sat down for a little bit, because he's been up since like 6:30 this morning. I could not fall asleep to save my life. I have been up since 6 o'clock. Yesterday, I had been up since 6 o'clock in the morning trying to fall asleep because I just couldn't get my brain to shut up and shut down so I could sleep. So I have to, try to like lower my volume a little bit to a more normal tone, as if you were sitting here right next to me. But so I ended up sleeping till almost noon today. Yeah, he was real busy because like as soon as he got up this morning, he was working. He had 24 deviled eggs that he had to prepare. I was trying to catch up on sleep by, I had to take another Benadryl, and then I had a cup of lavender sleepy time tea that I absolutely love because, lavender is a good scent for me. It's therapeutic and it's also healthy and it helps you sleep. So I had some sleepy time coupled with another Benadryl, coupled with I smoked a little bit of pagan mix because the herbs, can kind of help you to, just, oh, that's better, kind of calm you down and, you're unwinding from the day kind of thing. And I did some meditation with one of my skied magic meditations, which I dearly love. And I'm currently working on trying to get some type of a consistent routine once I get the living room done, because I've been working on it for 5 days and I'm not done yet. However, I have learned that because of my own physical issues, my own health issues, and the various pains that I suffer, I work incrementally. I work fragmentally. I work for a little bit, then I sit down and rest. I work for a little bit, then I sit down and rest. So I do try to go easy as I can, on myself. And I was so exhausted that I don't even know how much sleep I actually ended up getting in the end. But I was somehow able to get myself up at 11 o'clock yesterday morning. Chris started on the deviled eggs. I immediately got myself dressed, put on a thermal set that I had. I had a thermal top and a thermal pair of pants. That was a real pretty burgundy color, which gives me stability. It helps me to feel more stable. And something else. What did I do with that book? I must have put it down somewhere. Anyway, I have a birthday book that I was reading up on myself about, and it tells you like some of the scents that are good for you and some of the colors. And blue, for instance, if I have blue in my environment, or I'm wearing blue, because you can't see the dress underneath this. It's blue. See? It's an island dress, and it has this real pretty beadwork and stuff right here. This is an Avon, and it ties around the neck. One of the times that I was doing Avon, I was able to get this dress because I just thought it was stunning, and it's backless. I'm still, healing from the topical dermatitis or contact dermatitis that the nurse at the little clinic told me is what this rash was. So apparently my skin came into contact with something it didn't like, and it turned into this rash on the back of my neck and across the back of my shoulders, at least I want to say several inches down, and it felt like sandpaper. It was crystallized. It would itch like a mofo. And I was racking my brain like, where did this come from? What did I do? Is it the shampoo I'm using? And it's just, and I've got this scalp condition that I still don't know what it is. So I'm going to have the doctor take a look at it when I'm there, because it itches. And then when I scratch it, it hurts. I'm digging sores in my head. Sometimes the stuff that comes out is like more like a dandruff kind of consistency. Sometimes what comes out is more crystallized, very much like the rash on the back of my shoulders. So she gave me some prednisone. She gave me a topical cream. It's some type of topical cream that I think it's a steroid type of thing that, as you know, steroids can be good as long as you manage them proper. You're only supposed to put it on, a couple times a day, I think 3 times a day or something like that. Where's my glasses? Where did I put? Oh, that's right. I put them down here. Hang on. Got to put on me eyeballs. Okay, I was going to read what it said. Oh, I took the thing off of this. Okay, it's called triamcinolone acetonide cream USP, and she gave me 2 tubes of it. And I, sometimes, like, especially when I know Chris is really busy and, he's got a lot of different projects and stuff himself that he's doing online or whatever. He's trying to help to build a website for me so that I can start doing tarot readings and use my PayPal for the payment option. And because I'm so new at how to do those type of things, but he is well skilled at, because of the fact that he's been, a computer tech for 37 years, 47 years, something like that. And he's really good. He can build websites. He knows the ins and outs, the do's and don'ts. Guys, come on, stop fighting, please. Well, actually, it's not Thanksgiving anymore. So I try not to bother him with stuff. If I'll try to hey, quit. I will try to figure out stuff for myself. And if I can't, then I will go to him and go, babe, can you please help me with this? I don't know what I'm doing. But I don't know if you were on during the live stream that this happened. I can't remember, but Brooke has a website herself. I will have to get the address from her again, write it down in a book somewhere, and I will definitely give it to you if you want to just go check it out. I'm not saying you have to buy anything or anything like that, but she does wax candles and just different little decorative wax things. She doesn't have a whole lot of inventory or anything. So she's providing a product, whereas tarot readings would be providing a service. Now, because she's based in England, I don't know how they do things there. I don't know the do's and don'ts of online stores and what type of avenues to explore to be able to build up your business and work within certain parameters, kind of like YouTube. So Brooke, bless her, offered to put aside a section on her website for me so that I could do tarot readings for people, and that the money would go into my PayPal account. And, I appreciate that she was offering her own website for me to use. And she said, Mom, I'll make sure you get all the money. And that's fine. I appreciate it, because I only charge like $20 a reading. I've seen far too many other tarot readers and stuff that charge ridiculous amounts for a few minutes of their time. And I don't like to do things that way. In the economy, the way it is nowadays, especially, not everybody's pooing $100 bills. Not everybody can afford a $40 reading that's 30 minutes or less. And, so I try to keep my prices reasonable. And I think $20 for a 10 card spread is reasonable. $25 for a 15, $1 for a daily 1 card spread, and $3 for a past, present, future. I'm trying to keep it very basic. So I finally discussed it with Chris one day, and then he got on and was talking to Brooke, and he was trying to figure out, no, boo. He was trying to figure out, how can we do this? What's the best route to go? So I don't know how much he's been working on that. And because I still lack the skills to know how to do that stuff myself, but I didn't want to put one more project in his lap, that maybe he just didn't have the energy for, because he gets overwhelmed easily. And I understand that. So I try not to overwhelm him. So I think he said it's looking like the best route for me is not going through Brooke, but I still appreciate, and I know that she knows that she offered, because how I would have shown my appreciation for her doing that for me and showing me that kind of love and support that we all crave, in life. And that's how that she's truly family, you're truly family, because you will go the extra mile to help each other out if you can. So I don't know how soon we'll be able to get me up and running or anything, but I appreciate everything that is done towards that end. So once it's up and running, it'll give me a little bit of extra money. It'll get me out there and get me noticed. And when I can develop my skills to enough of a professional level to my satisfaction, I will do birth charts. Because now birth charts, that's where you're getting into some serious research time. Um it's so extensive. It's kind of like walking into a library that when you see it from the outside, it looks like it's this tiny little thing. And then you walk in and it's like the TARDIS on, Doctor Who. It's like a whole entire world. And you're like, whoa. um, like when I was doing cosmetology, I was amazed at the length and degree of knowledge you had to have of human physiology to be able to do something like cosmetology. Because back in high school, when I always wanted to do it, I didn't have enough school credits that I was able to go to a career center to study it then. So I went through Stratford Career Institute, and now I've got three courses on hold that I never paid for, that I feel absolutely horrible that I never paid for. So I want to start bringing in this extra money. So one, I can get them paid off. Two, talk to them on the phone and ask them to please, please, please send me the rest of my materials so that I can at least complete the courses, pay each one off, which if I can start, bringing in some decent income here soon, through tarot readings and stuff, then I will put some of it towards, getting those paid down, but only if they will be willing to send me the rest of my materials. If they're not going to send me the rest of my materials, I will still pay them off, but I will be absolutely crushed and I will be terrified to ever go through them again, because I feel like, I failed them 3 different times, and it was mitigating circumstances that I had no control over. That for a while there, I was paying $20 a month towards getting it paid down. But then other things came along, other expenses, life insurance, paying off Mariner. The money just wasn't there anymore. So I stopped. And now the sewing course, the computer course, and lastly, the cosmetology course, all very good money makers if you can complete the course like I would have been able to do if circumstances hadn't transpired that stopped it dead in the water. Uh, so I I don't know. I like that Stratford, they send you all your study materials. You get to keep everything that they send. The only thing that you send to them is the tests. And you don't even have to do that by postal mail anymore. If you don't want, you can do it electronically on their website. And so I could get my grade within minutes. The only course that I have completed through Stratford was the astrology parapsychology course that no longer exists. I got my diploma on the wall, pretty proud of it, but it's bothering me that I'm not using the skills that I learned and was behind the whole reason of why I took that course. And girlfriend, I aced it. I had an 80% grade point average. Kudos. I was devoted, I was committed, and I was very passionate about the subject. And it's like the equivalent of a high school diploma for me, because I did not graduate high school. I quit halfway through 10th grade over a boy that broke my heart. And also things were bad at home, because at that time, bug crawling on me, my mom was drinking heavily. I became embarrassed and ashamed to even bring any of my friends over to hang out and play and stuff like that when I was a teenager, because mom would be sitting on the couch with 3 or 4 quart bottles, empty bottles of beer, laying on the floor at her feet, listening to Elvis records and feeling sorry for herself, crying in her beer. And her alcoholism almost cost her her life. I was 14 at the time. Long story short, she got involved in a bad situation that almost got her killed. And that is finally what caused her to walk away. And now she can't even stand the smell of beer. I was 14 and I almost lost my mom to alcoholism. Yeah, exactly. Uh, I mean, yeah, I agree. You're totally right. I'm one of those. See, the boy that in question, to give you a brief backstory, his name was Billy, and he was my first, if you know what I mean. He popped my cherry, and I was 16, he was 17. It was drug induced. I had to take a Valium that he got from his mom, and before I could even go through with it. So, but he broke my heart. And the reason why I had chosen him as my first is because I was under the delusion, without explaining to him the parameters and what was expected if we went through with this act, not to mention the fact that my mom was probably not going to be too happy with me, that I was engaging in, you know, sexual stuff at such a young age. But rather than have her walk in on us in the middle of it, I told her, I said, Mom, I'll get on birth control. And I did. I never got pregnant by him, thank goddess. But he really, really broke my heart. He really hurt me. It was probably one of the deepest wounds that a guy has ever left in my soul. And it's hard to forgive that. But now that I look back on it, I can honestly say that, you know what, we were kids. And boys and their hormones, girls thinking that now if we do this, then you can't be with anybody else. You have to be with me. Yeah. And so it was Billy. He was going to the same school that I was, which was East High School, and it's still in existence today. If I would have graduated, I would have been the class of 87. But things had gotten so bad at home that I could no longer be productive in the classroom. I started suffering really badly from depression, suicidal thoughts and tendencies, because I was watching my mom drink her life away, and I didn't know what to do to get her to stop. Well, what ended up getting her to stop, and this I will try to use as the conclusion of this matter. She had to jump out of a 2-story window, uh, landed on concrete, shattered her left hip ball, could not move. When the two men that were in the house that she was in realized that she had escaped, the one guy, he was going to kill my mom. He was going to kill my mom. So she did the only option she had, and this guy had dragged her into the house, and I'll tell you more of a backstory about it sometime later. But this is anybody can view this, so you have to be careful not to get too personal. But she almost died. She was in the hospital for like several weeks. Yeah, and here's the kicker: when the identity of this man was made known, I found out that my own father, who was alive at the time, had hired this man to kill my mom. He had hired a hitman to kill my mom. While she was in the hospital, he would call her up and try to get her to remarry him. He would talk about sending her life insurance papers because he wanted to kill her and live off the money. The last time I saw my dad alive, he was in a nut house, and I was 14. Naomi and Ron left me in this room with all these crazy people, terrified out of my mind. And all I could do was sit there and pray that nobody would bother me as I was sitting there waiting for my father to be notified that he had visitors, and came into the room, sat down at the table that I was sitting at, and starts telling me about some lady named Janet Henry that he was in love with, and she was the sister of his wife Mary that he found dead in their bed one day, and Mary was a good Christian woman and he did not appreciate her. He didn't treat her right. I loved her dearly, and she didn't deserve what he did to her. So I'm sitting there in this crazy house with my dad, and he's crying and telling me this story, and then he just randomly says, "Oh, you don't have a watch, honey. Here, you can have mine." He takes his watch off of his wrist, puts it on mine, and it was one of those cool watches, that was a little tiny calculator and stuff. I wore that thing until I knocked it off of a couch and broke one of the wires in it, and it was all that I had left of my dad. I had a couple pictures of him and Mary that were lost in Marysville, and a Bible, I think, or something. And the reason why my dad was in that place was because he was so psychotically damaged that he sabotaged his own car, tried to convince people that somebody else had done it. They were able to prove that it was him, and they finally realized that he was no longer fit to remain in society. That it was time to have him locked up. And it has been always my worst fear that I would suffer that same fate. So far, I've been lucky and I haven't, but it got my sister. She's psychotic, she's violent, abusive, dangerous. She's a danger to herself and society as a whole. So now you can understand what I mean when I say the day that my dad took that belt to her when she was 3 years old, for no reason, he killed my sister. He killed the good person that she would be today if he hadn't done that. Because she hadn't done anything wrong. And it was because of a grandmother that was staying with him at the time. That was just evil. And every time Mom turned around, this grandmother, even when Naomi was just playing and being the best little kid that any mother would be proud to call their own, I'd bust her ass for that. I'd bust her ass for that. I'd bust her ass for that. Until one time he did. He beat her with the buckle of a belt. Caused welts on her legs and her behind, and
when he did that, he destroyed any good that remained in her. So now, sadly, heartbreakingly, she has developed the psychotic gene that was the demise of my father. I feel like during the times when I was trying to be in her life, trying to develop a friendship and relationship with my sister again, that for years didn't even acknowledge that I existed, or any of us for that matter. She would never call, she would never write, she would never send a birthday card, a Christmas card, nothing. When she moved to New York with Ron all those years ago, she didn't care about anything else but getting her way and basically disacknowledging that any of us existed. For 25 years, she did this. And then when Ron died, I called her up one day because Ron's spirit had came to me and asked me to. And I really didn't want to, but it was the day that he had died. And not the actual day, but the date was December 4th, and that's all I know. So one day his spirit came to me and said, "Please call your sister. She needs you." And he knew what he was asking when he did that. But as a last-ditch effort on my part to see if there was anything that could be salvaged and that I had any chance to have my sister again, I called. And she proceeded to give me the 3rd degree, cut me down, talk badly about me, when all I was trying to do was reach out to her because Ron had asked me. And she was so vicious and so mean that I regretted calling her because she hurt me again. I sent her a Christmas card one year as another effort on my part to try and reach out to her. And see if she actually did truly want to be a part of my life, where she hadn't been for so many years. She sent the card back unopened and wrote the nastiest note on the back that I have ever experienced somebody writing to me when all I was trying to do was love her and reach out, and she basically smacked me in the face with her harsh words, calling me a moron, saying that she was handicapped like I didn't know that, I took the card out of the envelope and I threw the envelope away. And I cried off and on for the rest of that day. And also decided that if that's the kind of response I'm going to get, then I'm not going to waste my time to ever do it again. I don't know what I did with the card. I don't know if I even still have it. But for 25 years, when she was living the good life with her precious Ron, and it sounds like I'm cutting him down when I say that, but I'm not. He was a good man. He truly loved her, and even to the very end. She didn't appreciate all that he was to her until it was too late and he was gone, and she was the one that came home and found him dead in their bed. The night Ron died, she was more concerned with going out and partying with her friends than staying home with her husband, who the last thing he said to her was, "Well, I'm going to bed. I'm not feeling well." She walked out the door, went and did her partying with her friends, came back several hours later, and he was gone. She would sleep with loaded guns under her bed. There were several times that people actually did break into her house, and she was very lucky that they didn't take her life in the process, because when it happened, I don't think she was even home. When I was there and she divulged this information to me, I wish that I would have had somewhere else to stay, because I was terrified to stay in the same place with her, seeing her strung out on drugs, half out of her mind. She would always OD on her pills. She would take them to get high and to escape. Like that's how so many addictions are born. It's so horrible that you don't know what else to do and you just want it to end. Ron was more concerned with taking care of her than possibly saving or prolonging his own life, because he wouldn't get a triple bypass heart surgery that could have either saved his life, prolonged it, or he could have just as easily died on the table. So it was the month of December when I went to see her, the one time and the only time that I went to see her in New York. So at least I can say that I did get to go there once. And there was some good, there was some happy that happened, but there was also some really, really, really bad. But I try to focus on the happy, and I try to be thankful to the goddess for getting me out of the situation, because I just did not want to be around her anymore. I wanted to go home. For her birthday, I made the trip on a bus. I rode for 18 hours just to get to her. It was the middle of winter. It was Long Island, New York, so I don't know if you know the type of harsh winters they can have and stuff, but it rains a lot. It was cold and miserable the majority of the time I was there, which was about a week maybe. We went to a restaurant and to celebrate her birthday. The waitresses did not even know that she had a sister until that moment. And when she or I said, it was either me or her, I can't remember, said, "This is my sister," in that typical Brooklyn, New York accent, one of the waitresses said, "I didn't know she had a sister." And it was like, okay, so why did you never tell anybody you had a sister? And Naomi's response was, it never came up. Like I meant nothing to her. Naomi suffers from classic narcissism. And how I know this is I happened upon a book one day that explained what the condition is, some of how it can develop. And I'm sure that a lot of it probably ended up developing because of what Dad did to her when she was, took the belt to her and stuff and destroyed the good person she would have been if he hadn't. Because she wasn't doing anything wrong when he took that belt to her. There was no right or reason for him to do so. He just did it because the grandmother told him to. I made the mistake, as hurt as I was by the disacknowledgement that she even had a sister. I decided I wanted to stay for Christmas. And not just Christmas, but New Year's as well. We could have watched the ball drop together in Times Square. She would have paid for a nice hotel for us because at the time she had the money. Her rent at this place was $1,500 a month. She lived in a certain section of the Hamptons, but it was not really like a lower class section that she was in. It was, you might say middle class roundabouts. The house was beautiful. She had an entire back porch that was nothing but glass. She lived in her living room very much like she does now, even today, and she lives on a pull-out bed that is a sofa, if she's not using it as a bed. But I've only seen that thing turned into its sofa form one time, and it was the one year that me, Mom, and Jim, because she didn't even bother inviting our brother Carl, which I thought was mean and cruel and heartless of her, but that's Naomi. So because of this narcissistic attitude that she has now developed, she feels entitled to things that she's really not. If you bust your butt to help her, the first time you tell her no, the first time you don't jump through her hoops and worship the ground she walks on and praise her to high heaven and stroke her ego constantly, she will throw it back in your face, all the help that you have tried to give her, and it's just not worth it. So I stopped. She was going to throw our 90-year-old mother out on the street with nowhere to go because she had decided that she was divorcing the family,
that none of us were worth the time of day, that we were the bad guys, that she was the victim, and threw endless pity parties for herself. And she buys people, she buys their attention, she buys their affection, she makes unreasonable demands, she enjoys making me go to stores with her and watch her spend her money, knowing I don't have any of my own to spend. And I know better than to ask her for anything, because she can't even so much as give something as a gift. She would only get me something if I agreed to pay her back, however great or small the item was. Every time that anybody's tried to help her in any significant way, she throws it back in your face the next time you piss her off. She promises you $20 to unload not one, but two of those pod storage things, that a lot of people can get and so on, that, could cost you like several $100s a month. And they pull it into a driveway or somewhere on the person's property, and it's a mobile storage unit basically. She had two of them. I was still having menses cycles. I was still having my period at the time. Me and Carl went over and helped her one summer, and she promised to pay us each $20 a piece for doing so. And then when we were done and the pod was emptied, not only was I losing a pint of blood every time I cycled, which I'm damn lucky that it didn't kill me or cause me to develop anemia myself. She kept ordering me around, telling me to put stuff in this room, telling me to put stuff in that room, telling me to, I want this here and I want this there. Had me going up and down steps that were very dangerous, that she herself has fallen down many times because the stairs were not properly built when they were built. Carl and I both tried to get her to understand, which she refused to hear because it wasn't what Naomi wanted to hear. Naomi, I said to her, sis, I don't mind helping you out, but I'm bleeding heavy. I'm trying not to bleed down my leg here. I'm trying not to pass out from the blood loss. Can we just put everything in your basement? And then I will come over at some point in the future when I can, and I will help you sort through stuff, put stuff in certain categories, stuff you want to keep, stuff you want to get rid of, stuff you want to sell on a yard sale, maybe some bits and baubles you want to give as a gift, but she doesn't know how to give gifts. She just wants what Naomi wants, and she doesn't care who she's got to fuck over to get it. She wouldn't listen. She kept ordering me around the same way. And what did we get out of the end of it? A sandwich and a pop. And how appreciative we should be that that was the way she decided to pay us after she had already said she was going to give us $20 a piece. So after that, me and Carl decided, okay, that's it. We're done. We're not helping her anymore because it's not worth it. So, but anyway, it's like 5-1 here, sweetie. So if you got to go, I understand. I'm not trying to rush you off or nothing, but I don't know like what time you go to bed or, anything like that. And I appreciate that you came on, and, we can still kick it and hang out, if you want. I'm not sure when I'm going to even try to go to bed myself, because now I'm going to wonder, am I going to be able to have any better luck sleeping tonight? Should I start drinking my lavender tea now? Take my Benadryl, take one of my melatonins, and wait for the sleepies to kick in. So, okay, good. Just making sure. But yeah, so I know that it's time, to let this stuff go, to get this hurt out so that it no longer hurts me. Um, yeah, that's, I hope so, I've definitely earned it for sure. But in conclusion, I dearly love my sister. She will always be my sister. But I'm done trying. It's not worth the price I pay when I try to reach out to her. And she got the insurance money. The house got sold. She got $12,000. And I can pretty much guarantee that she's probably already blown through all of it because she feels entitled. She goes out and buys something just because she wants it. It sits around her house and just collects dust and never gets used. And just in Star Wars collectibles alone, she had several $1,000s worth in value. But Stephanie, who is currently living at my mom's because she herself is, she's trying to get her life straight. She's trying to get her own place. She's trying to get a job. She don't drive. So, any way that she gets around, it has to be by somebody else. And she is trying, but my mom resents her. My mom does not like her being there. Jim brought her in behind mom's back, let her move in instead of doing things the right way, the proper way, the respectful way, by going to mom first and asking if it was okay. He just took it upon himself, let her move in. Mom found out, and well, let's just say HE double toothpicks broke out. I love Stephanie. I can relate. I can certainly understand what she struggles with in her life because, I have my own demons. We all do. But mom could be a little more patient, a little more compassionate and understanding instead of, I don't want her here. This is not my house anymore, blah, 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 and just griping, left and right. And Brooke, when she was on the live stream earlier, I let her know ahead of time through a text message before we even left the house here, or the apartment, to go over to mom's, that it's like, now, Brooke, it's like, I need to let you know, hun, Stephanie's going to be there. I will ask her to please refrain from speaking to you or anything like that because Brooke don't like her. Brooke don't, understandably so, she doesn't want anything to do with her. Because for a short time, I think it was only like a couple months or something like that, Stephanie and my son Michael were an item. But it didn't work out, so they broke up, but they're still friends. And I'm not going to stop being her friend, her mother, her sister, and love her just because Brooke don't like her. Brooke don't want anything to do with her, because Brooke, she's another one that's, like really sensitive about such things, and I can understand. Um, but I mean, as Colin says, at the end of the day, I was just thankful for a happy Thanksgiving where everybody was getting along. Everybody was being loving towards each other, and they were keeping things positive until the scare with mom choking. But once I started, giving her the healing energy, I just prayed to the spirits and the angels, especially, and said, please help her get this up so she'll be okay. And within minutes of saying it, she's like, I'm okay now, and I'm glad. And, it's pretty scary when you almost lose your mother on Thanksgiving Day because a piece of food gets down the wrong pipe or gets stuck in the wrong spot and it almost chokes you and kills you or whatever. So, but it was productive. Um, I I tend to get ganged up on by my family if I don't eat because I tend to like to wait and be the last one to get a plate because my brother is, I love him to bits, but he's a little unreasonable and finicky if anybody else is in the kitchen when he's trying to get a plate because the kitchen's so tiny. You got to step outside to change your mind. He's quick to temper. Um, So I tend to just I let everybody else get a plate first. And then when it comes my turn, I've been trying to eat like smaller amounts because when you have a little bit of this and a little bit of that and a little bit of, like I had some gelled cranberries, I had a couple of bites of dressing, couple of deviled eggs, mashed potatoes, gravy, but I just ate it was like a bunch of little, you know, um, segmented, almost like senior portions, you might as well say. And I'm nowhere near senior status yet, but so I did eat, but I'm also still trying to develop healthier eating habits. And I'm amazed at how by doing a little bit of this and a little bit of that, you're full quicker, you're eating less, and you're also eating as decently balanced as you can. The only thing that I didn't have any of was the turkey. And it's not like I'm against turkey or anything because I'm not. Love it to bits. I'm a white meat girl. I don't like the dark meat. My mom likes the dark meat. But I like the white meat and I don't want to get tryptophan because that's how we refer to it as tryptophan because of when you eat, especially turkey, it makes you sleepy. And but I did eat, and you know, it was sadly, and this is also the reason why it's so much more precious. This is the last Thanksgiving that we're probably ever going to be able to have at this place because, Mom and Jim next spring, they're hopefully they'll have found a place. I don't know how much looking they're going to be able to do during the winter. Jim doesn't work. He's a veteran. He gets SSI of some sort, I think, or whatever, and he gets paid like the third Wednesday of every month. I gave him my savings account information and stuff so he could put a little bit in my savings for me from time to time, and I appreciate it. And the next time I'm over there, I'll try to remember to talk to him that, Dad, because I call him Dad, even though him and my mom are not romantic with each other, but he's always been like a dad to me and a grandpa to Alicia, you know, a grandpa to Michael and the rest of my kids. And he doesn't get on real well with his own family. He just lost his dad recently. I know you probably remember that because I did that in a past live stream. But we're the family that he thought that he never really had. So, by all intents and purposes, Jim has been with us since I was 17, and I'm 52. So, you do the math. That's a lot of years. We met him through some family friends that he happened to be working a job where they also worked, and that's how we met him. But things went wrong with these people, and there was some incidents that was never proven or disproven that supposedly took place, that they kicked him out. He was sleeping on a park bench in a park in the middle of downtown Columbus, which back then, Columbus wasn't such a scary place as it is now. Uh, you fall asleep on a park bench, you're liable to not wake up the next morning because somebody comes along in the middle of the night and slices your throat, takes your belongings, and just walks off. So when my mom found out what happened, she knew exactly where he was. She walked there herself, invited him back to our place, and said, "Well, you can live here now until you get back on your feet, until you can get a job or a different job and get yourself a car and, be able to start helping us with the rent and bills and everything," which he did. Jim he's always been very good about that and truly appreciative that at least somebody took him in. Somebody was a family to him because he's a great guy. He's had some rotten luck like a lot of us have. And so, he's kind of like the dad that I never had, that I would never have had he not come along. But some of the awkward stuff that also happened, but don't worry, we're way past that now. He understands that his relationship and mine was never meant to be anything more than what it is today. Him being like a father to me, when in fact he's in love with me. He's always been in love with me since the day he met me. He wanted to give me a Hawaiian wedding. He was in his 40s at the time. I mean, it was a scary situation, but I did try to date him for one day. We went to, I think it was Cedar Point one summer. Mom was with us. Uh-oh. Hang on, had to get my hook out of this thing without unraveling it. And Kalika's insisting on my attention, so I guess I'm gonna have to take a break from my crocheting. But just to see if I did actually have those kind of feelings for him, and it felt like it was meant to be, like we would have been a good couple and this and that. It just didn't feel right. And I remember the contempt on my mom's face the entire day or however long we were there at Cedar Point before we called it a day and left. Me and Jim were holding hands, we were walking around enjoying the day, and the look on Mom's face, it was frightening. And I felt really bad because she has always been in love with him because she took him in, she gave him a home, she gave him a life, she gave him a family, but she didn't define the parameters of the relationship. She didn't define what she expected from him, and he did not share her affections in that way. He saw her more as a mother than a romantic interest because he was in love with me. So then you have this crazy triangle that developed in the worst possible way for the worst possible reasons. And I could see and feel on every level how deeply it hurt my mom. And when I tried for a day to see if I could actually go there with him and be his girlfriend, I was 17, he was 40. Okay. I was not of the frame of mind to see that as anything but, no, this is not going to work. I don't feel this way about him. I better stop it now. So when we got home that day, I told him that, Jim, I'm sorry, but I can't do this. It feels wrong. I do not have the romantic feelings for you that you wish I had. So I would rather end it now than feel obligated to stay in the situation that would have not only caused my endless misery as well as his, but also Mom. So Jim was in love. Jim's in love with me. Mom's in love with him. He don't want nothing to do with her in that way. So I did the only thing that felt right. And that was, I'm sorry I hurt you, Jim. I truly am. But I can't do this. He stood in my doorway, Holly, of my bedroom that day, crying. A full grown man crying. What did I do? Did I say something wrong? Did I do something? What did I do? And I said, Jim, you didn't do anything wrong. I gave it a go. I gave it a try, but I don't feel that way about you. And it would be unfair to me, even if I was in my 30s, closer to your age. But 17, I mean, come on. So I ended it, and he finally fell into the role that I believe he was meant to play in my life all along, and that was the dad I never had. And it deeply saddens me that my mom's degree of selfishness, feeling in a certain amount of entitlement to his affections herself, that he's never going to give. Every time Jim tries to find himself a good woman that he can love, that he can be with, Mom will sabotage it every single time. She basically has enslaved an innocent man by basically telling him, well, or having the attitude, if I can't have you, nobody can. So he's never going to be able to find love. He's never going to be able to be happy with someone in that way because mom's not having any of it. As if she has the right to make such demands where she does not. Jim pays the bills, mom pays the rent. And just out of curiosity, one day I said, Mom, I said, why do you do that to him? She said, what do you mean? I said, why are you always messing up his chance to having happiness with somebody else? Her reaction was this: because if he walks out that door, there goes my bill payer. And I'm like, oh, that's cold. That is cold. And she has beaten that man down so completely over the years. He just gave up and gave in because he had nowhere else to go. Every time he tries to find love, she destroys it. And it's not right. So the man's going to die lonely, miserable, and feel alone, even though he's in a house full of people. I love my mom, but what she has done to him is wrong. And he's not going anywhere. He's with us till he dies. I wish that my mom would find love. The one guy that was her true love was taken away from her from other people in my family. They had the same attitude that if I can't have you, nobody can. They started spreading lies and rumors about things that were not true and caused the breakup between Mom and Bill with all the men throughout my life that I have seen my mother with, that she tried to have a relationship with. She tried to love. She tried to be romantic. It was taken away. Bill was a good man. He was a good father. He had 3 boys himself, one of which is passed. Bill is gone. Steve and George, I believe, are still living, but we haven't seen them in so many years. I don't even know where they still are or what they're doing or how their lives are because we've lost touch with them. And, you know, I had the biggest crush on Steve. I crushed on that guy throughout my childhood and teenhood. But I was jailbait, and it didn't make it any easier, you know, because I tend to follow a certain pattern. Hang on. Try to figure out where to put this so the cats aren't bothering it. But a pattern. I follow a certain pattern of, I guess, my own way of doing things, viewing things. You know, I try to be the fixer all the time. And, you know, it's more than one person can handle, really, but I try to keep the peace in the family. I try to be counsel when somebody needs it. I try to be advisor when somebody needs it, support, you know, be there for my family every way that I can. But it comes at a high price, and every day that my mother is still with us is a blessing. But on the flip side of that, it can be painful not knowing how much longer she's going to be with us before she's gone too. And if she dies before Michael can get out of Marion Correctional, he's probably going to die with her in the sense that he's going to be heartbroken and soul shattered that he couldn't get out quick enough to have however many more years with her that the gods would let us have. I'll have to pick this up to read it. I know. And I appreciate it. You know, you're the friend that I have been searching my life for and finally found, and I'm glad, you know. Uh, it's nice to know that you're not alone, that somebody loves you enough as a friend and a person that they can relate, you know, to your struggles of life. And you know, I'm grateful every day for every blessing. I light candles for those that have been lost, for those that have died the most horrific, horrifying death that I wouldn't wish on anybody. But I've been doing, you know, a lot of universal magic. And when I do it, I don't just do it for myself, I do it for the world as a whole. I do it like any earth angel would, that has the compassion for humanity that many do not. So, in my journey of spiritualism, it's nice to have a friend to walk along beside you and get something out of it too. And the joy of watching each other grow as spiritual beings, which is the ultimate goal that a lot of us try to attain. We don't always succeed, but we try. And since I still haven't gotten around to doing this from the format of spiritually based books yet, there's going to be a lot of research that's going to be involved in that. And I don't want to commit to it unless I intend on seeing it through. Because there's definitely one thing I hate about being a Capricorn, and because so many in my family are the same exact way. Um, we have a degree of stubbornness about us. We have a tendency to procrastinate, um, you know, put things off, and then you've got this big mess you got to deal with, and you exhaust yourself to the point of near collapsing because you're you're trying to be change. You're putting yourself on another path that is geared towards, you know, furthering your ability as a human to live and grow and evolve. So some of the things that I plan on working on in the future, um, during my what I call Janet days, when I'll go out, go to the library, read, write, live stream. I can't wait to do my first live stream at the library because that's just going to be so cool. I haven't done that yet. But I wish they would open the green room back up in the library that's around the corner from my mom's house, because it's a really nice library. When I do finally get it set up, which most likely I don't know that I will attain that goal through the winter. But if I don't, then maybe come spring, I will get myself get myself in there, have my me time, enjoy the day, live stream, which, I love dearly. Um, and then after I get done at the library, because it's so close to my mom's house, the next stop is mom's, because she gets mad at me when she feels like I'm not coming over enough. And although I understand that, she can be unreasonable and demanding at times of my time and energy when I barely have enough to get myself through the day. But some of what I need to work on, and I think I did start it at some point, but I think I started, but then I stopped it. I didn't finish it through. I didn't follow through, which is all the more reason why I need to motivate and be determined to follow through. Triggers. Writing down phrases, words, and gestures that, when they are spoken to me from someone like Chris, who has a very high degree of intelligence, multifunctional, multi-purpose, multi-talented, hyperactive, clinically depressed, his health issues, mental, emotional, physical, spiritual. He didn't have a good upbringing either. One of the things that I have recently noticed, I think it hit a raw nerve with me the first time he ever said it to me. And when I go to the doctor on the 29th, I'm going to have them verify if that is still the case or not. I'm going to have myself reevaluated because I don't feel that I have the symptoms that Chris claims I do, just because years ago it was diagnosed. I was on meds for a while. I was diagnosed with bipolar disorder. I don't feel that I am. And 5 days ago, when I started going through the apartment as a cleaning machine, part of the change, that I'm trying to be for myself and to help us get our apartment back, it's long overdue. Chris will say, "You're being manic." Now, I would ask, what is your definition, Holly, of somebody that's being manic? I know there's different people that have different versions of what they consider manic. There was a time back when I was living in Marysville, and I was originally diagnosed, so this would have been back in the 90s, with bipolar disorder. There was several different, I remember, medication combinations that various doctors and psychiatrists and all that tried me on, and none of them worked. So I just stopped doing it because I don't like putting medicine into my body unless it's life or death. Like if you have diabetes and you don't get your insulin, you could die. You could go into a diabetic coma if you overdo it and put too much sugar in your system, and various different things. I'm not saying that I'm not bipolar. I'm just saying that I don't feel that I am. During Samhain, All Hallows, this past year, I did a series of spells for motivation, change, willpower, determination, self confidence, self esteem, building myself up, where for far too long I have cut myself down. I don't give myself enough credit. Well, now it's time that I do. So I know that this whole, what I call Project Living Room Cleanup, is those spells simply manifesting. So, what I need to get Chris to understand at some point, and this is the reason why I need to start writing these triggers down. Once I get them written down, then I have to find a way to properly articulate and communicate them to him so that it doesn't cause further problems. I don't know why it triggers me yet. I just know that it does. When he says that I'm being manic, it's like a slap in the face. It's like he's cutting me down. He makes me feel like I'm doing something wrong. And instead of appreciate that I am trying to do more, that I'm trying to be more productive, I'm trying to be more active, I'm trying to climb out of the doldrums that I've been in for far too long and have spent too many hours on this couch letting life just pass me by. When he says that I'm being manic when I don't feel that I am, it's very hurtful to me. I feel like he's condescending me, he's cutting me down. And what I would instead prefer him to say is, I'm glad to see that you're being productive. I'm very proud of you that you have started yourself on this new path, and I have every confidence in you that you will achieve it. Chris has a certain degree of knowledge of psychiatric related things. I do not. Psychology or something like that. He took some courses in school, however far back, and tried to do college courses. I don't know. So he has a certain degree of education as far as psychology, what's considered manic, what's considered bipolar, what is not. So my thing is this: if you can't say something supportive and nurturing, don't say anything at all. Shut up. Leave me alone. Do not call me manic, because I don't feel that I'm being manic just because I finally decided I don't want to live this way anymore. I'm tired of the apartment being an endless clusterfuck. I'm tired of the stress levels that causes in us both. I needed to do this for me. I did not ask for any help, because to build up my self-esteem and my self-confidence, I had to do it on my own. And my hope is that once I get this apartment done, room by room, which I'm figuring it'll probably be well into spring before I get it all done, because once I'm done with the living room to my satisfaction, I'm going to do the kitchen, the dining room, the bathroom, and lastly, the bedroom. I do not ask for Chris's help. If he wants to help me, like he's carried some stuff down into the basement to the storage, and I appreciated that. I did not ask him. He just did it to help, and that meant a lot. So don't call me manic, because until I figure out why that is a trigger for me and figure out a more appropriate way to view things, it's like it pisses me off, because I feel like it's like you call yourself a witch, but because I do my witchy stuff differently than you, that makes my way wrong. Just because I'm trying to climb out of a shell that I've been in for 14 years of living in a less than desirable environment where everything's a clusterfuck, every surface in the house is got shit on it, and he makes me feel like I'm the only one that's got shit. He doesn't, and that's simply not true. He's got an equal amount of stuff. I have been accumulating the stuff that I have over the 14 years that I have been here. I'm sorry that it's a trigger for him. I'm sorry that it bothers him. But if we can't find a way to move past this as a couple, don't let the door hit you in the ass on the way out. Just fucking leave, and I'm done. Because I don't want to do this dance with you anymore. My feet are tired. My soul is tired. My heart is tired. So I'm not doing this for you, Chris. I'm doing it for me, because that's all I have left. You and I have far too many disharmonies that I can't just wave a magic wand and make it go away any more than he can. But if he doesn't start showing more of a willingness to learn to properly communicate with me so that we can sit down and discuss these triggers and therefore find another way so that we don't trigger each other and thusly hurt each other on a deep level that neither one of us needs, I'm not happy in the relationship. I feel that it has gone stagnant and stale and old, and I'm just done. But every time I try to send him away, he always finds a way back in, making me feel like I'm forever trapped in a situation I don't want to be in, because I'm tired of how much we hurt each other. I'm not discounting the good, but the bad is the worst. So right now, all I can do is me. I'm done trying. I will continue on my own to try and develop some of these skills that I have never been taught, that if I had learned them years ago, if I had had a better upbringing, a happier one, a better set of circumstances and situations where instead of coming from a dysfunctional, broken home, where people are more concerned about hurting and hating each other and belittling each other than being loving and kind and compassionate and understanding. Mom and Jim, for however many years it's been, because I actually don't even know, are always in conflict with Carl more often than anything good. They spend so much of their time hating each other, hurting each other, tearing each other down, causing endless arguments because they're all miserable. They can't communicate. They can't get along. Carl has nowhere to go. Well, he does now. But Michael, my son, recently talked to Carl um, because he's been feeling pretty bad that he hasn't been able to call Carl much and give Carl much of his time because, Michael's busy with his own stuff. Um, and, he's just, a lot of times he's just struggling to get through a day himself because he just wants to come home. And I think that he has more than earned that right. But it's not up to me. Magic can only influence to a point, and I will not stop until he is home. Doesn't necessarily mean it'll happen today or tomorrow or next week or month or anything, but what else have I got? Things are on hold right now as far as Brooke getting whatever this last stuff is that she's waiting on so that she can finally book her flight and be able to come and meet everybody, minus Stephanie, of course, because she's already made it clear that she does not, when she comes to meet all of us, Stephanie is not invited. I have already talked with Stephanie about this. I tried to present it to her in the least hurtful way. Sorry, baby. Bed bug biting me, and I don't have any I don't have anything sitting here that I can spray because the bug juice that I use that supposedly is a natural form that does, if it's used properly, it does kind of kill them off, but not as good as, say, being able to afford a several $1,000 treatment done to this apartment and made sure that it's done right so that not only are the roaches and bed bugs gone for good, but they don't come back. And that is another reason why I finally have found a way to motivate myself to clean up the apartment room by room, however long it takes. And once I get it all done, then I plan on keeping it that way. I'm teaching myself the skills that no one else has ever taught me, aside from the basics of like learning to do your laundry at the age of 14. Like, my mom, she's taught me a lot of life skills, but being in a successful relationship is a skill that I lack because I've never been in a successful relationship. Just because this particular relationship has gone on for 14 years doesn't mean that it's a good thing. I wish I could get Chris to understand that this is a toxic relationship that we both have been struggling to maintain for 14 years, and I just don't have the strength to keep trying. But I feel like I'm stuck with him. I don't want to turn him out on the street with nowhere to go. So maybe if we could just have some time away from each other, give each other some space. When, the website hopefully is up and running, however long that ends up taking, and I start making money and saving it back and putting it in my savings, I'm getting my own place, which Chris is never going to understand my need for having my own place that I can go to. Not that I don't want to continue living with him. All I do know is the way that we have done things for 14 years does not work. But I cannot force him to change if he himself does not have the will or desire to. Because of his mental health condition, he is forcing me, or so I feel, to be locked in a no win situation that I can't even begin to know how to fix. And I can't be the one doing all the fixing. When we get the house, I may have a room that I can go to in the house that will be sort of like an office kind of den, Janelle cave that nobody is allowed to enter except upon invitation by me. So if Chris thinks that I'm being irrational, unreasonable, and downright stupid for wanting my own place, he's going to view it as, well, if you want your own place, then is that your way of saying you don't want to be with me anymore? Yes and no. I'm saying that everything that has been tried on both sides so far is not working. If we are going to stay together as a couple, you need to view things from a perspective other than your own. That even if I have my own room that I can go to when I need solitude, my temple, basically, I will try to make do with that, certainly. It's not like I'm just waiting for us to get the house and then I'm going to drop him like a hot potato. No. But if something doesn't change and he doesn't, in my eyes, make more of an effort to better the situation, to better communicate so that we can understand it from all perspectives, even once we get the house, I still want my own place. That I will try to make it as close to home as I possibly can, within reason and whatever my pocketbook will allow. But I don't need his attitude that I'm being unreasonable and stupid by wanting my own place because he just can't seem to see it as anything more than an excuse to get away from him. Part of the reason I would like my own place is so I can have a place that will be more like an office, a live-in office to me. It's not like I'm going to be staying there 3 weeks out of every month and then, he's just going to have to be satisfied with whatever time I'm willing to give him. No. I'm tired of putting my life on hold to please him. Yes, I do. And that is what I continue to struggle with getting him to understand. That if this is going to work and we truly love each other, stop the bullshit, give me what I need, and let's at least give it a try. Because there was a time years ago when my friend Virginia and Katie were living in Marion. I think Katie is still there. I don't recall if Virginia's there or not, but I know Katie is. So sometime in the future, weather permitting and finances allow, I will try to get up there to Marion to see Katie because I haven't seen her in a while, aside from doing an occasional video call on the phone, once in a while. But she's got her own place. I can't remember if she's living with friends or not, but she knows a lot of people. She has a lot of connections, so she's always got a place to go. She's got 2 kids. She's got a little boy and a little girl, which their names escape me. But when her and her mom were both living in the same house, there was a time when I had Virginia come and pick me up, I think it was, and told her that I had intended on staying for about 2 weeks to give myself that space. I'm not saying that I want to break up, but I need some space. I need some time to myself. I need some goals to achieve, and I need a stress-free environment that I am not getting by us constantly being around each other 24/7. And in so doing, we lose sight of precious moments that could be more memorable and positive if he would just give me what I need. When I was there at Virginia's place, me and Chris were talking on the phone every night. And that is one of the times that I truly felt the love between us, because we was able to get that break from each other. But the downside of going this particular route, Virginia and Katie are very loving and kind and giving, like you and I. They will bend over backwards to help you. They will give you the shirt off their back if that's what needs to happen. They're great people. They really are. But their compassion has a serious fault. They would let other people move in with them with the false promise that they would get a job, they would help pay the bills and rent every month, and everybody would be able to live there in harmony together. But in her overtrust of letting them move in, they wouldn't keep their end of the deal. They wouldn't get a job, or if they did, they wouldn't pay her like originally they said they would. And it was a mess. It was a shitstorm. She had so many people there. I ended up getting the couch that I was trying to sleep on in her front room. Somebody else took one night, and then I'm like, oh, great. Now where am I going to sleep? But she happened to be there at the time, and she let me sleep in her room with her on her bed, and she keeps her room locked. But her degree of compassion was detrimental to, if it would have just been me, Virginia, Katie, Katie's kids, Katie's dude at the time, who is the father of, I think, both of her kids. Her brother was a heroin addict for a while. I don't know whatever happened to him. I don't even know if he's still living. I've not thought to ask. But my point being, when we were able to finally have a significant break from each other like that afforded us, I felt more love between us in our separateness of each other, and having that break and knowing it's not like I'm moving in, babe. I'm only going to be here 2 weeks. You'll survive. Well, after about 3 days into the first week, I was ready to come home because the shit got too deep. People were fighting. Words were exchanged. I didn't feel safe there anymore. I ended up getting severe allergic reactions to some of the mold in the home because Virginia owns this house. I think it was something in their family, and her mother's long gone, of course. So is her father. Her daughter Brandy lives in a separate place that's on the same property as the original house. But because the house is so old and it needs so much work and the money's not there to support it, she gave me a bottle of Flonase that was outdated, that barely gave me any relief. So I don't know what type of exposure I was putting myself under, and it could have just as easily been fatal. After the fiasco with my bed getting taken away from me, she started letting me sleep in her room. Then I was okay. But then I really started feeling like I need to get out of here. I need to get out of here. I need to get out of here. I want to go home, to the point that I was in tears or almost in tears. And now I was stuck there because I didn't have a car. I couldn't just get in the car and drive away. I had to wait until Virginia could arrange a ride for me so that I could come home. I have not felt that degree of love between us since then. I wish I could get him to understand that if we don't try some things that have not yet been tried, and we can't wholeheartedly commit to those things, we're locking ourselves in a vicious, endless cycle of toxicity where we're both better off just going our separate ways and parting as friends and just let each other go. We're never going to be able to get married. I don't want to get married again. After 2 failed marriages, I could not go through a third. And I already am. Just because we don't have a piece of paper saying that we are legally wed doesn't mean shit. So he needs to either buck up, stop making me feel like I'm unreasonable and my demands are what I need, so that I can continue to work on developing some of these skills of how to be in a successful relationship and how to maintain it. You're okay, Kalika. Exactly. And with the situation as it currently is, it's harder for me to love myself, to fix me, because in essence, I'm the only one that can fix me. I can't wave a magic wand and make everything all better. If I could, I would have already done it. So how do I get him to understand? How am I going to be able to have that conversation with him without it turning into an argument, and then him making me, like he always does, regret ever opening my mouth, even though it was truly in the spirit of trying to make things work, and they're just not. So if we can't find some ways here soon, like tomorrow isn't soon enough, to work things out, give each other some space, give each other a break, live separately for a while, or at least to the point that when I need to be by myself and I need to have my solitude so that I can sort through my own problems without dragging him and everybody else with me, let me have my own place. Let me have my space. And if things improve, we'll go from there. It doesn't even necessarily mean that once I have my own place, I'm not going to just, it's not like I'm just going to suddenly move in and say, fuck you. I don't need you anymore. I can afford to live alone. Maria also is going to be moving with us. So during my times of sabbatical, when I need to be alone, she's going to be the one there with him, which I'm not worried about that. I'm not worried about any unfaithfulness on his part. I'm not worried about her trying to proposition him. Maria is at the age in her life where she doesn't want a relationship. She doesn't want the responsibility and burden of what it means in today's age to be in a successful romantic relationship where there is an equal balance of give and take, an equal balance of love and understanding. I'm hoping that Alicia, once we get the place, will take us up on our offer and move in with us. So even during the times when I'm not there because I'm taking a break and taking some time to myself at my own place, my office basically / second home, Alicia and Maria would both be there with Chris. And, I mean, it's not like they couldn't call me or say, hey, how you doing? What have you been able to achieve? Things are okay here at the house. Love you. See you when you get back. Chris found me a paper. He printed out, rather, a paper one time for me that I knew it was his attempt, and I appreciated it greatly, of trying to help me better understand him on a level that so far I have not been able to. Because of the high degrees and levels of intelligence and geniusness that he has, he is prone to angry outbursts. When Chris feels that too much is going on and he's overwhelmed, he'll do this. I'm so overwhelmed. There's so much to do. And he can't handle it. Stress levels go up. He has finally accepted, and so have I, that he's not going to make any future attempts to quit smoking because he's never going to achieve them. I need to find that paper again. I need to read it through and hopefully gauge a better understanding of it, because when I first read through it, I was able to connect the dots a little bit, but it wasn't enough to figure out, okay, where do I go from here? What is the next course of action or path I need to set myself upon to continue to further my understanding of why he is the way he is? Not that it's bad, not that it's entirely good, but it is definitely not an easy condition to live with. I know, because I'm right there with him, going through it in my own way. I know I've said this before on other past live streams, so forgive my repeat, but I only had this place to myself for about 7 months before Chris came along. I had cast a true love come to me spell during a full moon one night, sitting on a twin size bed in my bedroom, looking out the window, tears streaming down my face. I was so broken and empty and alone and lonely. Not that I couldn't go to mom's and, visit or hang out when I needed to have some company or whatever. But I told the goddess that night that she's probably going to have to hit me over the head a couple dozen times before I finally get it when she brings this person into my life that I had, in all sincerity, asked for. I asked her to give me as many signs as it took, because I honestly didn't have a clue how many it would, to make this guy stand out, so that I wouldn't be walking down the street one day and he walked by me and whoops, there goes that opportunity. Oh shit. Let me go back, and then he's gone. So she did exactly what I asked. I started seeing the word wolf everywhere. I was walking through a parking lot one day with a friend, and I just suddenly said, Christ, with a K, ending with a T, and a really weird last name. And then I was like, what? Wait a minute, what? And then the goddess is like, here's your guy. And that's when I got on the Care2 site. I went into the singles section. I found Chris, and he was the only person that responded to my inquiries of looking for a relationship and so on and so forth. Out of 6 men, he was the only one that answered. When he did, some of the first things that he said to me was a few things. I must say, if we're going to give this a try, and because we were mostly like texting with each other and stuff at that point, because, I didn't know if this guy was Jack the Ripper, even though the goddess was hitting me over the head like I asked her to, I actually laughed about it later that, well, thanks, you did exactly what I asked, and here he is, now what? Where do I go from here? He was nervous about admitting that he was in a homeless shelter, that he had just come out of a bad relationship with a woman that ended up fathering the only biological child that he has on this earth. The boy that he never knew, the son that he was denied. She didn't even tell him she was pregnant when she broke up with him. So he was not there for the initial bonding time of within the first few hours or days of the birth. That's when you start developing the bond as father and son. So he was afraid that I was going to reject him or not want anything to do with him, because he felt ashamed and embarrassed that he was in a homeless shelter, and why. I responded to him that I was not going to let something like that screw up what could be a good thing. So I appreciate your honesty, but it's okay. He's like, if you don't want to talk to me anymore, I'll understand. And I'm like, oh gosh. I was like, no, it's okay, Chris. Just like, I totally understand, dude. I'm living with my mom right now. So, it's not quite the equivalent of a homeless shelter, but sometimes I felt like it was. And me and my mom, for a time, she was my payee when I finally got my SSI to go through, and I got approved for it. But every time I would ask for some of my money for whatever reason, even though I explained to her why I wanted it, and I felt like it was my right to ask for it, what do you need that for? What do you need that much for? Like, no matter what it was I wanted to do with my money, I wasn't allowed. It caused us to fight. It caused us to grow apart because I didn't like her attitude. And it was very hurtful to me that my own mother did not trust and have faith in me that I wasn't going to just blow through my money like there was no tomorrow. Pull a Naomi is what I would call it. So I started myself on the journey of my independence and freedom, of getting my check turned over into my name, and decided that having a payee was not the proper recourse for me because it just didn't work. She wasn't happy, but she allowed it. And immediately upon achieving it, we were getting along again. We could have a more loving attitude towards each other again. So I just went for it, you know. Well, it was May 5th of 2007 that I was blessed with this place. I was seeing a counselor at the time named Prageetha Brady. Great lady, loved her to bits, but drove her crazy because I was always so overly focused on relationship problems with Chris. So from May of that year to December 19th. So June, July, August, September, October, November, December. I only had this place to myself for 7 months. This was a major achievement for me. This was my big chance to strike out on my own, to be able to move 30 minutes or less away from my mother. If I walked down to her house from here, it would take me 30 minutes. If I had a car, which I do now, I could be there in 10. This was a big deal. This was my chance to take a good break from the whole romantic relationship deal and just enjoy my freedom and independence and be able to say, see, I don't need a man to function. I don't need a man to live. I don't need a man. I don't need a man. I don't need a man. I wish now, if I could go back in time, I would have, instead of letting him move in when I did and under the circumstances that I did, because I was overconfident that, well, okay, this is a true love come to me spell. Here you are. The goddess is like, you're on your own, kiddo. You know, this is what you asked for. Good luck. I wish I would have took things slower. I wish I would have taken the time to get to know him as a person and be friends first. But instead, we did totally the opposite. We pretty much jumped into bed together within days of being together, and he moved in, and here we are. If we would have taken things slower and I would have decided that it was better to let him stay at the shelter for a while I got my life together and got myself together and started developing those skills so that we would make it as a couple, or at least have the greatest chance of making it as a couple if we would have done things the right way, and we did the opposite. 29 days after we had officially become a couple, which was December 19th of 2007. I let him move in. And then this is when the veil falls and you see the not so good parts that in my over anxiousness to fill a hole inside of me that I felt like a man was the only way I could fill that hole inside of me, I find that I was wrong. Things between me and Chris were probably the greatest within the first month or two, roughly, of being together and being officially a couple. And he met my mom and Jim and Carl and fools rushing in. If we would have done things the right way and taken things slower, I could have saved both of us 14 years of brutality that we put each other through every time we would fight or argue, because we didn't know how to communicate properly, be able to understand things from each other's perspective as well as our own. Not knowing the background that he came for, I tossed the dice, I took a chance, and it blew up in my face. So I feel now that I cheated myself out of a valuable time in my life, where if I would have waited instead of be the fool that rushed in and dove in head first without testing the waters and finding out that there were some sharks and piranhas, and oh shit, I just cut myself, I'm dead. The sharks and piranhas being the fights and the degree of brutality and how badly we always hurt each other when we fight. The relationship is always being tested to the breaking point, and I just don't. I don't know where to go from here. I don't know what to try that may be the very thing that ends up working. If finances would allow and we could live separately for a while, maybe then we would be able to come back together and have a better chance at succeeding. And be able to learn to maintain the relationship and live in harmony with one another and truly be able to love each other again as well as ourselves. Our goal should have been perfecting ourselves as individuals before we became a couple. So I feel like I was in the wrong for my overconfidence that because I used a true love come to me spell and the goddess brought him, I should have been more specific of my needs and desires and the characteristics that I wished him to have, that I decided to allow as long as it didn't become a problem. And well, it has. I would have asked for a non-smoker, a non-drinker, and somebody that did not suffer from social anxiety, clinical depression, various health issues, coming from a bad raising by the family, growing up having it drilled into your head that you are a worthless POS and couldn't do anything right. Because that's all that Chris has known. That's all that his family has viewed him as. And now that burden has become my own, and he's making me, the woman he loves and cares about and wants to spend the rest of his life with, like the worthless POS that can't do anything right, because every attempt I make to do things right, it causes an argument. It causes a fight. It causes more misunderstanding, miscommunication, and my heart can't take it anymore. And as harsh as it sounds to say this, I wish I would have left him in that shelter and took things slower and took the time to get to know each other and be friends first. So this is where you feel like you're banging your head up against a wall and you don't have a head left. There's nothing left to build on. There's nothing left to strive for. There's nothing left to try. What's my next step? What do I do now? What way haven't I tried that might actually be the way that works, so that he and I can develop a degree of understanding that we don't currently have? So I, in essence, want to get back what I feel I wrongfully cheated myself out of and caused more problems for the both of us, stumbling and bumbling into the situation, and it blows up in our face. Um, I want back what I did not give myself for a long enough period of time so that I could have approached the situation from a more, what word am I looking for? Harmonious way to make things work. I'm gonna, whoops. Oh, golly crap. I'm gonna, everything's falling down all around me. Excuse me. Let me see what's the best way to do this. I'm gonna move the table a little bit here. So that I can go use the loo and get myself something to eat because my tummy's grumbling. I'm going to have me some of my lavender tea. I'm making myself one of my rice bowls to give my tummy a little more to gnaw on. Now, where? Oh, here it is. Have to keep everything in containers like this to keep the roaches out. Trying to steer clear of it, but hurtful to me in any way. I have to carry my cup with me because if I set it down even for a handful of minutes or seconds, guarantee it'll be full of roaches. I got my tea water heating up, and I hate going in and turning on the light in the kitchen because it's like fucking roach central and they're just everywhere, and It's very stressful. Um, Making sure that I didn't miss anything that you said, because when I watched the live stream earlier uh, at Mom's, the Thanksgiving batch, I was not able to read a lot of the comments that Brooke posted, and I apologized to her for that. I was like, sorry, hun, but I will read the comments later. So, but at least Maria, my sister Maria, my friend, she was able to have a company Thanksgiving celebration of some sort. Excuse me, for the place that she currently works at, because there's like a supervisor that's leaving or something, and everybody's going to miss her. And she was a good boss and a good person, so they kind of gave her a nice send-off bash of sorts. Or Maria would have probably been over there at Mom's with us. But she got to see a little bit of it because I was reviewing it when she finally walked in the door, and it was like 9:30 at night, and she wasn't sure if we would even still be up, so she was a little reluctant about knocking on the door because she didn't want to piss Chris off or make anybody mad. So I asked her how her Thanksgiving thing went. I'll ask her more about that tomorrow or today later. And so I haven't had a chance to go back and read any of the comments that Brooke posted and stuff. That'll be my next goal, that I'll try to do sometime today, just so I can write down everything that was said, just as everything that she posted as a memento, that I'll write in a special book, that she got to experience her first Thanksgiving with us via live stream. And England, they do not celebrate a holiday like Thanksgiving. And she explained why that was. But Alicia, my daughter, she has actually been to parts of England, and she was telling Brooke about it. So she understands more about the British culture than I do. Brooke was eating it up. She was loving it. Because I did things the right way by warning her ahead of time. It's like, honey, Stephanie's going to be there, and I have no control over that. She's, she has nowhere else to go. This is her family right now, even though Mom is not exactly on board with it. And Carl is so two-faced that he talks well about Stephanie in front of her face, but behind her back, bitch this, bitch that. She struts through here like she owns the place, blah, 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 blah. And, Carl is just his way of pissing and moaning because of the unfairness that they're letting her stay in that room when Carl should be the one staying in that room. So my brother is a narcissist as well. Carl wants what Carl is entitled to, or feels that he's entitled to, even if he really isn't. Let me go check my water. Set this down and hope that it's not full of roaches by the time I get back. Carmela and Kalika are having their what I refer to as crack kitty midnight romp, where they're running through the house like they got into the catnip and overdosed. And they're speeding their little tails off. Better do that with both hands or I'm going to end up making a mess. I've never had a vacation. The closest thing to a vacation that I've ever had was 2 days at Ravenwood Castle with Maria. Aside from the 2 previous times before that, where the very first time I went to Ravenwood Castle was April of 2018. And so it was, it was still cold. I concocted a story that I was going to Zanesville to spend some time with Katie and her kids, and had taken this little Christmas kit thing where you can like make these little, like these little creative projects that you can get in the hobby stores that you can do together as a family, where you can make little snowmen, you can make some little keychains with Christmas colors, and it's the type of stuff that Katie and Katie's kids' ages would absolutely love. And it was something that I thought was adorable, that I didn't have any little kids to enjoy it with because all my kids are grown, minus Rupert, my youngest, which I think we've determined that he's roughly probably about 14 right now. He was born in 2005. So 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. So 16 years roughly. So yeah, he might be 16 by now. He's still with the Wise family. That's literally their last name, is Wise. Don't know if he's gonna, when he turns 18, decide that he's going to move out and come and see if he can live with us, because he'll be 18. They won't be able to hold him anymore. Even as a foster family, he will have the right and the option, if he so chooses, to live on his own, like Michael did when he turned 18. He got out on his own. Him and Kara got a place together, and Kara is the mother of my granddaughter and grandson that I'm not even allowed to have in my life. My only 2 grandkids right now, and I can't even. Another story for another time. Kara got rid of Dylan because she didn't want the burden of taking care of a special needs child, which Michael turned him into when he injured Dylan to the degrees that he did, and why. Michael has already given that place 11, 12 years of his life. I think he has more than paid his dues. Just let him come home. So my hope is that Rupert, when he turns 18, will come, find his way here, pack up his stuff, even if he has to sleep on our couch until we can get moved. I would open my door to him immediately, which could cause even more stress, because I just don't think that Chris would be able to handle having a teenager running around. And as Chris ages every year, he becomes less tolerant of anybody. It's harder for him to be social with members of my family, which is difficult for me because it's not like I can say that he can't do that, I'm just surprised that he hasn't developed an intolerance for me to the point that we're both asking, why are we still together? Because there's just nothing here. It's always going to be exactly this way, and it's not working. So because of how much it costs to rent a cabin at Ravenwood for one night. $139. Now, I know I've mentioned Ravenwood to you before and all that. Well, I was only able to stay one night. Didn't have a whole lot of money, but I just wanted that special thing for me that I didn't feel it was my job, duty, responsibility, or was in the description of I should have told Chris the truth from the beginning. The reason why I concocted the story I did is because all I could think, because of past experiences similar in fashion involving money, I was afraid that Chris was going to be unsupportive about me going because of how much it cost, and he would give me all the reasons not to do it because of past experiences where he has made me feel like I'm in the wrong when I didn't feel that I was. And it was part of me getting back at him too, really, to be honest, because even at that point in the relationship, I was ready to just leave and call it quits and not look back. When some years later, after I was able to have 2 other trips there, the last being me and Maria was able to come up with enough money. Well, actually, it came strictly out of my pocket. I'll explain why in a minute. Whatever $139 times 2 is basically what it cost just for 2 days in one of the cabins that was among the cheapest ones that you could rent. The rest, you can have up to 4 people at one of the cabins, and they don't charge you by person. They don't charge you extra. Usually people will book the room of their choice online at the Ravenwood site. They will pay half of the amount of the stay. Say, like if they're going to stay for 3 days, it would be over $400. I ain't got that kind of money. Not yet, anyway. So I went the cheapest route I could. I wanted this for me, and I wanted the satisfaction of getting back at Chris for how much we hurt each other because we don't know how to communicate. When I finally came out and told him about it, he reacted exactly the way that I feel he would have if I would have told him from the beginning. I could tell the agitation on his face, borderline disappointed, maybe pissed off, that I saw reason to keep this information from him simply because, all things that I've already mentioned aside, I didn't think that he would be supportive yet, or let alone understand my need to do this just for me. But because it is so expensive, at the time I could only afford one night. Next time I went, I think was about a year later. It was 2019. It was Memorial Day weekend, and that was my croning ceremony. That it was just me and whatever spirits felt they wanted to attend that I invited. And Hecate was the goddess that I invited to bless the coronation. I was able to stay in the Rapunzel Tower room for one night, and it was only $10 more than one of the cabins. So I thought, you know what? Even if I only do this once, I think I've deserved it. I deserve it. I've earned it. I'm going to do it. Excuse me. The room was stunningly beautiful. If you've had a chance to look on the site, you can see what it looks like. It's the only time in my life so far that I truly felt like royalty, like a princess that was in her tower, and she was happy and she was free. And she was finally able to find the beauty within herself that she otherwise probably would have never found. That time, I was open with Chris about it. I didn't keep anything back. And he was like, okay, see you in 2 days, you know. The third time, when me and Maria went, the reason why I paid for the entire trip was because I owed her because of a dishonest act that I committed against her and felt absolutely horrible that I did. Because of the damage mentally, emotionally, and physically and spiritually that stroke did to her, she doesn't seem to comprehend certain things or understand when you're trying to tell her something that is beneficial to her and it's involving money. She acknowledges, understands, appreciates. She has so much credit with the gas and electric company that the credit alone could pay her bills for, I couldn't even tell you how many months. And even though the utility companies, I believe both of them have verified for her that, yes, you do have a great deal of credit, but she still pays, let's see what, I think it was like, it was a set amount on the gas and on the electric, kind of like PIP, something along those lines. When her husband was still living, he made her make a promise that she would allow him to teach her how to pay the bills and rent on her own when his time came and he died, and he knew that time was coming. Maybe quicker than he wanted to outwardly admit. She trusted me because at the time she was working at a job where she was gone 5 days a week and didn't get home until after 9 o'clock every night. But because at the time she has, most of the time she gets to and from her job by bus. It's OSU campus area. I don't know if you're familiar with that at all. Probably not. You're a Canadian, not, but OSU is a big place. It's a very well-known university. I've never been able to be schooled there, but would love to just for the experience once. But she trusted me to pay her gas and electric one day. She literally trusted me so fully and completely that she had given me $600 out of her pocket, out of her bank account to put towards the Ravenwood trip. But my dishonesty was that I kept the money. I used it to live on instead. I felt absolutely horrible doing so. And to make matters worse, instead of paying her gas and electric, I concocted a story that she believed willfully in her overtrust of me that I would never do that to her. So the combined payment of what she pays on the gas every month and what she pays on the electric every month, regardless of the fact that she has so much credit, that could pay her bill for a while. She still insists on paying that money. So I kept that money, and I had a lengthy discussion with her, the spirit of her husband, Kenny, and apologized sincerely and said, I will find a way to pay her back. And thusly, when I finally had 400 of the money saved back, we took the trip at the end of September 2019, had a good time. The place was awesome. She loved it as much as I did. You don't want to leave. The place is so peaceful and beautiful and tranquil, and you just feel like you're in another world entirely. You're not in the city. The castle, the main body of the castle, is literally on a hill in the middle of the woods. So I kept my promise in various different ways. I maybe didn't pay her the $600 back outright. She does not know that I did this, and I will never be able to tell her. But I feel like it was justifiable for me that I made up for it the best way that I could, and I was only $200 shy of the original $600 that I kept and used to live on, instead of booking the trip right then and there. But by that time, COVID hit and everything just went to hell. Money was tight. People were losing jobs left and right. It was an act of desperation. The stress levels were through the roof. And we, even then, were constantly struggling that even though we both get the same amount of $794 a month, which, yeah, I probably shouldn't say stuff like that because this is one of those live streams anybody can view. So I have to keep stuff not so personal. But let me just say that Crest pays all the bills, the majority of the bills, except for a few personal bills that I have that I pay myself because they're services that I enjoy having. My Stars thing on Amazon, where you got a bunch of different movies that you can watch and stuff. Some of them, if you just want to rent them for a couple days, it's a couple bucks. If you want to buy the entire season, buy the entire season. Like I did with Supernatural, like I did with various other series that were short-lived that I really enjoyed, that they have not made any more of them since. I have my Amazon Prime, which is $6.99 or some craziness. By the time I pay my rent and the few personal bills that I have, which two of the additions of those bills that are hurting me the most financially right now are also the most important. That's my life insurance through Lincoln Heritage, which cost me $40-some a month because it was within my budget, and I want to keep my payments current. The other is the $66 that I pay Mariner every month to slowly pay down the original $1,200 that actually became $1,700, and they explained why that is. But I took a chance. I trusted in my gut. I trusted in the goddess. I accepted the blessing, and set out determined to make sure it was paid off. Because I did things the right way, Mariner holds me in high self-esteem, and they have, every so often they let me know, especially around now is a good time to at least consider the offer of an extra $326 that I could have in my pocket to be able to have a nice Christmas this year. And if I shop smart, which I plan on doing, if I decide to do it, it's the only way that I'm going to be able to get Christmas for all the people that I want to buy for that I know is not a need. I want to do it because I love everybody that much. I know a lot of us struggle every day to make ends meet. But paying the amount of rent that I do, it doesn't really leave me much of anything left to live on for the month, which only increases the levels of stress that I'm surprised has not already landed me and Chris in the hospital. And to pay that last $200 back to Maria so that I can have a clear conscience again. And it was a one-time deal, and like I said, I'm not proud of it, but at least I'm determined to pay it back because I'm taking the responsibility of how wrong it was that I did what I did. And if I would ever tell her, it would break her heart. She doesn't deserve that. Because most likely, because the original 600 that I borrowed, I didn't consider it an act of stealing because I've paid 400 of it back already. Like I said, in various different ways. I mean, we will have a future trip to Ravenwood, just the two of us. And I will, as soon as I'm able, start a Ravenwood fund that this is money that I will not put in my savings. I will put it in a jar so that we can have 3 whole days to be able to stay at Ravenwood in one of the cabins, at least in one of the cabins. Once that debt is paid, my conscience will be clear. And I have vowed to never do that again, to betray the trust of somebody that has been nothing but supportive, that has been the sister that I wouldn't otherwise have. And I wouldn't trade her for the world any more than I would trade you or Brooke. So I'm doing the right thing. It's just taken me some time. And I won't ever engage in such a dishonest act again because that's not me. And then it also reminds me of the deep sensitivity that Maria has herself as well, that caused her to have a meltdown over a couple of vases that she bought from Creepy Hollows that were meant to go to me, but they were over $500, and she just wanted them because they were pretty. She can't use them without me. She can't even read or write. But she makes it, bless her. She keeps her bills paid. She treats herself once in a while. She deserves it. And she does her husband proud because she's keeping up her end of the promise that he would never have to worry about her being without, because he taught her how to go on without him by teaching her how to pay her bills and stuff. So Kenny understands my situation. He doesn't hold a grudge against what I did. He understood he didn't like it, but he can at least have the respect for me that I am paying it. I'm paying it back. It's just taken some time. So I need to remind her in some gentle way that when she agreed to get the vases, she also agreed that her and I would share them because she can't use them without me. She don't know how. I can read to her what they do, what you can achieve with them, but as far as her trying to do it for herself, she just wouldn't be able to. She can't comprehend it mentally enough. And my envy and jealousy that she was able to get the vases that were meant for me, but I can never tell her that because she's already had a meltdown over them once. And I just feel like that additional information would be too much for her to bear. These vases, you probably remember, belong to an estate of a woman that is no longer alive, and she put her heart and soul and her entire lifetime into making those vases the powerful items they are today. If I would have had that money, I would have got them myself, but she got them in my hands the only way that she could. And one day, Maria was cleaning her apartment. She called me or something. I wasn't here. Chris left me, gave me the message from her that, could you ask Janet to come downstairs when she gets a minute? There's something I need to talk to her about. And I'm like, oh crap, what's wrong now? Because I immediately felt like something was really wrong, and I was a little scared, and I was not sure how to approach the situation. I didn't want to make assumptions before I had facts. She, in the middle of her cleaning, suddenly stopped, dead in her tracks, looked at her vases, picked them up, and noticed that the energy had changed. She felt like, because of the degree of my skills and abilities that I have been perfecting for 32 years now, of how I do magic, she felt betrayed, like Petra Longbranch's loyalty had shifted to me, that she felt like we couldn't be friends anymore because she felt like we had stabbed her in the back and took the vases away from her. Completely forgetting that the only condition that Petra would allow those vases to become her property is if she agreed to share them with me. And she was okay with it. I picked up the vases. I held them. I tried to talk to Petra. I explained to her, I said, Petra, I said, what are we going to do about this? Because this is wrong. I don't want to hurt her like this. She's my friend. She's my sister. How can we fix this? All the while, she was entirely in my presence while I said this as I held the vases, because the vases are my telepathic communique with Petra. So at least Maria could tell that we were truly sorry that she felt that way. But it wasn't entirely true to the degree that she felt it was. She was crying. I was alarmed. I felt absolutely horrid because I didn't even notice really truly that the energy had changed. I mean, I wasn't even there. I was up here doing something, or I was at my mom's, or I was off enjoying the day, or having a Janet day or something. I said, Petra, I said, seriously, I said, I love you, girl, but don't do this to my friend. How can we fix this? Excuse me. And she said, this was all telepathic communication between me and her, because she knew that trying to explain it to Maria without thinking it through and articulating how to explain it, she would take it wrong and it would just make the situation worse. So Petra suggested that she cleanse the vases in some salt for at least a week, along with all her other vessels, because sometimes energies do accumulate, whether we want them to or not, just in the traffic alone that traverses in and out of this building. People coming to visit other people, the energies linger, they feel the power, they're drawn to it, and then you got a poltergeist on your hands, a demonic spirit that's flinging your cat across the room trying to kill it. So she did what I suggested, and I reiterated to her that Petra suggested this is how we fix this. This was not what happened at all. This was not what was going on. We're truly sorry that she felt that that is what was going on. She also ended up getting a special Halloween prize package that they very rarely give to any Creepy Hollows patrons and people that have accounts there. If I would have placed my order first, that kit as well would have gone to the rightful owner, which again was me. But she had the money. I did her order first. She ended up getting blessed with it because, again, it was the only way that those items could come into my possession. But we would have to agree to share them. She would have to understand and be reminded from time to time, because of her mental misfires, that's not her fault, because of her condition, that sometimes energies accumulate that we don't want, that we don't mean for it to happen. It just does. She cannot use any of those items and truly appreciate them again without my help, because they were meant to go to me. And I can never tell her that, because she would never understand without having another meltdown about it and thinking, oh boy, here we go. It's the vases all over again. And then I would have to remind her, honey, you were wrong about those two. Okay. Because of the severity of her handicap, she cannot use any of those items without me. So I have to find a way to remind her that the items don't like it when they don't feel appreciated. they don't get used. I have tried to mention to her several times that she needs to get her vessels back out of that drawer in the bedroom that is on, it's a part of a nightstand that has a big giant dresser in front of it, because she just will never take the time to get them out. So therefore she has become unworthy of them because she don't know how to use them. They don't feel appreciated, they don't feel wanted, and they're very angry and disappointed in her that they try to place their loyalties in her, that she cannot use them without my help. I don't know what it's going to take to get her to understand or be able to have that conversation with her without hurting her again, and thusly causing a meltdown that could be avoided. So I tried to improvise in the spirit of not losing my very good friend, who is also like a sister to me. I took some items that I myself have accumulated over the 5 years that I have been a loyal customer with Creepy Hollows, and have very proudly reached the level of, I'll have to go on the site and read it again. I think it's Sentio. Sentio is simply a title they give you after you have spent a certain amount of money over a certain period of time. It doesn't have to be like, well, if you spend $300 today, you'll get this. They have great deals. They have great items. They have great services. And ow, because of her curiosity, what magic is all about and what it means to be a witch, and to decide for yourself if that feels right for you. Because if it doesn't, don't do it. I don't think she fully understands the responsibility required to own such powerful items that feel like they made a mistake by bringing themselves into her life, and she doesn't appreciate them and doesn't use them. They sit around and collect dust. I question if she's doing it for the right reasons. I question, does she truly feel in her heart that she's a witch, or does she do it because she feels that if she doesn't, I won't be her friend anymore? It's like a child that hasn't fully developed the capacity, to use their brain functions properly because of a stroke that rewired her hard drive in the worst possible way. And there was also another incident that is equally as bad as all the ones I've previously mentioned, and it was a little card that Creepy Hollows only gives out once every several years. Uh-oh. Did I lose it? Or is it stuck in my hair? Yeah. It's rubber. If it drops on the floor, I probably won't find it again. These are dangle earrings that have one of those little, rubber things that you put on the end of it that's supposed to help keep it from falling out of your ear. Because sometimes, other dangly earrings that I have that I absolutely love, I have had to resort to using these little rubber backings because they have a tendency to jump out of my ears. See, that's going to bug me now because that thing's dark and it's hard to see on this floor because the floor is dark too. It was a gold card that gave the bearer certain privileges, that once those privileges were used up, which was it was a series of code words that would give you a decently high percentage of money savings. So like when you would place an order, you would look on the card and there was one that you could get $10 off your next order. There was one that you could get like $25 worth of stuff if you spent a certain amount. It was a nice little card. And it very clearly stated on the back of that card that if at any time the bearer of this card uses it for someone other than themselves, the code words would be frozen. The card would be useless because it was not designed the way I somehow got my wires crossed that made it feel okay, but it wasn't. So sadly, she was only able to use 2 of the services on that card that who knows how many years it could be before they ever offer it again. And quite by accident and unintention, I asked them if it would be okay for her to use one of the code words towards an order for someone else. And so they took it away. They took the privileges away. The code words would no longer work. And then my brain finally caught up with the fact that it said very clearly on the card, if you use this card for someone else, it will be disabled. Somehow I was under the delusion that this gold card was not just one card that one lucky bearer would be blessed with if their name was the name that was drawn. Maria's name was the one that was drawn. So in essence, she was the only one that was allowed to use the card, but only for herself, not somebody else. I thought we were each going to get a gold card. So we all 3 placed orders that very day, which I placed the orders for her and Harold both because Harold's blind, so he can't do it. And when he heard me and Maria talking about it and how great it was, then he got interested and he wanted to get some. And well, here we are. I tried to get a special Halloween prize pack this year. Didn't work. She got such cool stuff. I was envious and jealous and pissed off that I should have placed my order first and then I would have gotten the items, not her, because I truly believe they were meant for me. So once I realized the truth of the matter, one card, one name, no exceptions. Not only was I disappointed and let down, but Harold as well, because for some reason my brain just did not seem to register the truth of the matter. So when Maria was the one that got blessed with it, she was the one least likely to be able to use it. Once again, without my help. One of the services they offer, additionally, is they have this lovely little service called Creepy Carton. It costs you $20 a month. It's paid monthly. If you set up auto pay, it will automatically be taken off your card every month at a certain pre-designated time, which it lists in the advertisement for the service that the payments go out on. It was either the 12th of the month or the 15th or something like that. So again, it was one of those, if you couldn't commit to it, don't do it. I did it, I want to say at least twice. I had every intention of auto pay in it so that every month when the payment came due, I would make sure that I left that amount of money on my card and all my other bills were paid, so I wouldn't have to worry about somebody suddenly coming along out of the blue that was on my list of payments due and take the money before I could pay for the Creepy Carton. The Creepy Carton it can be anywhere between 1 and 3 items that will never be shown in the shop, that are exclusive items, some of them rare, one of a kind. You'll never see anything like it again. And I thought it was a fun little way to reward myself for being such a loyal customer. So the 2 items that I was able to get out of that Creepy Carton, I turned into my own version of the items that she got blessed with for Halloween that year. And they chose the wrong person to give it to because she's not skilled enough to be able to use and truly appreciate those gifts. There's a coffee cup in this special prize pack, a candle holder, a deck of tarot cards that are designed and bonded with your spirit so that you can only do readings for yourself, which, again, she can't do readings for herself. I have to. So it was a coffee cup, a deck of cards, a candle holder, a altar decoration, coffee cup. I'm going over the list in my head, but each item is bespelled a certain way. They send you paperwork that tells you how to activate the power of the items and keep them going. So like with the coffee cup, you can drink coffee or tea or whatever pleases you. And there's this little verse or enchanted words that you say that activates the power of that item. Oh, and there was a mirror. There was a handheld mirror that was bespelled with being able to see into other realms but you had to lay it on a flat surface and you had to be able to comfortably look down into it, which I could not. There was a word that you would speak that would open a portal that would remain open for at least an hour at a time before it would close. And they said, you can do this anytime you want, anytime you feel the need or desire. The first coffee cup that she got came broken. As a matter of fact, if I could get to it easily, I'd show it to you right now, but I can't. I'll put it on a future live stream. But let's see if I can remember the words for that one, because the words for that one's pretty simple. Something about let this day unfold with reverence and mirth. You put whatever liquid of your choice in it, drink it down, and you have a really, really, really good day. The candle holder doesn't need anything special done to it. You just have to put a candle in it. Yeah. The vases have several functions that they are bespelled to do as well. One of our favorites, Maria and I, is the creating harmony in the home spell. And in order to do that, you have to put a dark arts vessel in one vase, a white arts vessel in the other vase. There's some words that you say which activates the power and it creates harmony in the home. So when it comes to the candle holder, all you have to do is put a candle in it, light it, ask for whatever it is, the type of magic you want done, the type of spell you want created, and then sit back and wait for it to happen. The altar decoration was simply, I forget what it was bespelled with, but the card deck was bespelled with the person that owned the deck is the only person whose energies would be able to read it. So how do you explain to someone that they're never going to be able to truly appreciate and use those items without my help? But unless they accept that, I can't afford to have her to keep having a meltdown over something that could be avoided if she would just listen and be able to comprehend and understand. I'm not saying she's stupid. That if you are blessed with these items and they don't get used, they don't feel appreciated. And yeah, you really can't blame their energies from straying to someone like me, who is much more powerful, has been doing magic for much longer, has the experience, knows what to do and how to do it. Where is that list, as a matter of fact? Oh, well, of course, it would be buried. I'll read the list to you sometime on a future live stream, because it's pretty cool. So I made up my own candle holder. She ended up giving me her broken Gothic cup because it's Gothic in design. I posted a message to the help desk on the site, letting them know that the item came broken and asking them to send a replacement, because these are rare items. It's not like they have 40 of them sitting in the warehouse. You're lucky if they have a second one. They did. They sent it to her. It was so adorable, bless them. They had it so bubble wrapped that she's like, damn, they were making sure it wasn't going to break this time now, weren't they? And I'm like, yep. So I have the broken cup. She has the new shiny one. I don't dare ask them for another cup because they probably wouldn't give it to me, because it was part of an exclusive package they may never offer again. But because of where it is broken, I don't know how to fix it so that, like, if I fill it past a certain point, there's 2 layers. It's a ceramic cup, and there's 2 layers. And you don't know that until you get one that's broken and you can see down in the other layer. So if you fill it past that point, the liquid's going to go down in that other layer, which means you could very easily be drinking glass. You know, that's the equivalent of taking fiberglass and putting it in your drink and downing it. Not a good thing. But I try. I rinse it out well before each time I use it. So even if it does, I overfill it accidentally or something, I try not to even drink from that side of the cup, because if you don't drink from that side of the cup, then it's not going to get down there in that other layer. Now, is it? I need to start using it again, because it's probably the only item that I will have from a prize pack that will never be offered again. Oh, my tea's finally comfortable enough to drink. So I now have the responsibility of trying to find a way to explain these things to her without hurting her feelings and her taking it wrong and blowing it out of proportion and having another meltdown. I have to have faith that in the future, if the God and Goddess see fit to bless me with an equally nice prize pack sometime, great. If not, oh well, don't matter, move on. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm working on right now is, God's spirits, I need your help. How do I explain this to her without hurting her? And how can I help her further her own magical journey? I mean, where is it going to lead? Is she going to become a better person for it, or the opposite, to where every time I turn around, she's having a meltdown because she's taking things the wrong way? Now, because the cup is ceramic, and because of where it's broken, which is the top part on one side, it's only the gap is only like about that big, but it's about that long. Hang on a minute. My coffee cup's like, just get the cup and show it to her. I'm like, okay. Oh, bloody hell, what the fuck? Damn it. I just realized how am I going to get over here without making a mess? There. I knew I shouldn't have done things this way. Oh! Because I'm trying to be quiet, because I know Chris is trying to sleep, and okay, that's done. Now, how do I get back over here? I think I got it now. It's like a freaking obstacle course in my apartment right now. This is the coffee cup. It says Gothy Coffee. Lid pops off, and now you can see the white right here up in the top. That's how badly it was broken. But because it is made of ceramic, what would be a safe way to fill that gap in without using a substance that could be dangerous to me and is not meant to be ingested? Like, hang on a minute. As much as it's going to freeze me to do this, I have to take this off because I just dipped it in some soapy water and now it's all cold and wet and I'm going to freeze because if I keep it on, I'm just going to get colder. Because I have some Gorilla Glue, but I'm not sure that would be the safest route to go for the repair. I don't know. I guess I could maybe possibly go to Michael's Hobby and Craft store sometime and take the cup with me and say, how can I fix this so that I can seal the gap, be able to seal it with something that's not going to be dangerous for me to drink out of, because when the liquid comes in contact with the substance used to fix the crack, I'm not ingesting essentially poison into my system that could kill me. One possibility I'm hoping that might work and would be safe is to maybe get some type of a modeling clay. Make sure that it's safe to be used in the manner that I would be using it, because it's not like I'm going to be cramming the clay down my throat and eating it like it's a candy bar. Let the day unfold with reverence and mirth. That's the words you say when you use the cup that activates the power so that you can have a good day. But in the spirit of, even though it's not Thanksgiving anymore. Oh, wow. That's like, it's broken far worse than I originally thought. But it's been sitting a while, so let me go rinse it out before I decide to use it. So yeah, so much for that theory that I originally thought, okay, yeah, it's going to have to be soaked in hot soapy water before I can use it. But I'll keep it out to remind myself before I go to bed to put some hot soapy water in it and let it soak overnight, and then it should be okay tomorrow. Later today, sometime. Oh boy. It's 3:45 in the morning. Oh well, I look at it this way. Which hours? When I do finally settle down to sleep, I'll have the lavender doing its thing. I also need to take my Benadryl. Whoops. And I'm wondering, because of recent events and my difficulty at falling asleep, should I take one or two? Because if I take two of them, I'm going to go through these way too fast. But I have this as backup. It's basically the same thing. It's just instead of a little gel pill like these are, it's a little hard caplet. And Chris sometimes takes these because they seem to help him too. So whenever I sleep, I'll set my alarm on my phone for between 7 and 9 hours. And whatever, if that means I'm not getting up until 4 o'clock in the afternoon, oh well. I will catch up on my sleep somehow. And I will just have to let my loved ones know that sorry for the inconvenience, folks, but this is my time. I will make up the sleep. Just be patient with me and allow me to do it. And the more of this hurtful stuff that I'm able to unload is definitely a tremendous weight off of my shoulders. So that I don't get constantly plagued with nightmares because my brain's trying to say, you're not dealing with this. We're tapping you on the shoulder and saying, you got to do this. You got to deal with this. Let it go. And it's not like I do it every day. I think it is a well-deserved, I more than deserve a day here and there where there's no predetermined time. There's no hard, fast rule that says you have to go to bed right now because I say so. I'm going through a lot. Stress levels are, even though they're dropping steadily, I'm right now trying to determine if I want to take this additional day to recoup and get some other smaller projects taken care of. That is all part of the project cleanup that I'm doing anyway. Should I give myself another whole day off, considering I've spent the past, Thanksgiving included, 6 days of busting my hump to make this place livable again. And at the same time, building up my self-esteem and self-confidence that will in turn motivate me to do even more, which will help me to get into the habit of being more productive and active throughout the day, because there's always stuff to do. There's always a daily cleaning that, especially with as many cats as we have, as confined as a space where a lot of fighting tends to take place between the cats because Carmela and Kalika feel like their space and territory is being invaded by the two males. So they're constantly fighting with them, bullying them. More boo, than Bella, because Bella is so big and intimidating. They feel threatened, I guess, by him, but he also has a good habit of staying out of the way so they can't get to him. But Boo, however, he doesn't have a hidey place to go to, and they lash out at him because I think, at least in part, they're also lashing out at Bella because they're mad because they can't reach him. Most of the time when Bella is indoors, he will be sleeping on the dining room table at a certain section that we had no choice but to clear for him, because otherwise he would just knock the shit out of the way and lay down there anyway. The stress levels are equally high right now for the cats because there's too many, too little space. Kalika and Carmela feeling like their territory is being invaded. They don't want Bella and Boo here for, I want to say, between 10 and 12 years. They have been used to being the only ones here. Yeah. So they'll just knock it over, Like, this is my place. I just let you live here. I just let you borrow it. So, Bella does tend to like to be outside more than in, because it's the only way that he gets a break from the other cats. For the most part, him and Boo, they get along. I very rarely have I seen them even remotely fight or growl or hiss at each other or see the hackles raise on the back of their fur, because there's just too many. 4 cats in a tiny place like this. Cats are convinced they own it. Yeah, exactly. I own everything. I just let you borrow it. One of the reasons why we ended up having to borrow $750 from our daughter, Alicia, was because Bella was so stressed with all the overactivity and confined space and having the characteristics of a dog like Maine Coons tend to have. When he has to go potty, he prefers to go outside, even if it's 3:00 in the morning. The cat box that we have is one of the covered ones, and the lid is kind of tall, but he's too big. He don't fit in it well. He would prefer to go outside to do his business. He was having trouble using the bathroom. So we decided Chris got on the phone with a couple of veterinarians to see where we could get the cheapest price or whatever, but the best quality to services to be able to get Bella in there and get him checked and see what was going on and what needed to be done to fix it. So rather than lose him altogether, Alicia, bless her, being the loving good daughter that she is, she gave us the $750, and now Chris, has been trying to pay her back. Usually, most times, if he can afford to do so, he tries to pay her $100 a month. I don't know how far down it's been paid. I think he's within a couple hundred of having that completely paid off. Even though he originally quoted from some of the places that he was looking at possibly taking Bella to get him looked at, $750 was a very real price that they quoted, but then the place that we ended up going to, it only cost 400 some. So we took the remaining 300 and just used it to live on, for a little bit until it ran out. Hopefully, when Chris gets his check Monday, he will be able to give her another 100 towards, getting that paid down. Once that's paid off, then that will free him up with an extra $100 to live on himself every month. Because money is so tight for both of us right now, and our daughter included, you have to cut corners. You have to evaluate the degree of importance of, can I pay this bill, or can it wait, or what has the highest priority? Bills, rent, household items that you can only get with cash. And Chris very often has to take his camera to the Lev's pawn shop, like 2 or 3 blocks from us, and pawn his camera once in a while so that he can get some money to put gas in the car when we need it, to get household items that you can only use cash to buy, like toilet paper, cat food, cat litter, and that kind of thing. Every time he has to pawn that camera, as much as I greatly appreciate him doing so that we can get a little bit further down the road before the funds run out again. Sometimes he'll get $80 for it. Sometimes he'll get $100 for it. He tries to keep the cost as low as possible because you have to pay a percentage back on top of what they originally gave you, because that's just how that stuff works. So say they give him $80, he has to pay back like 20 more additional, or it fluctuates depending on how much he gets each time. We know that the camera is safe. Every time that he pawns it over there, I send out a silent prayer to the goddess to keep it safe and to keep the store protected so that somebody don't break in and walk off with an $800 camera outfit that he would not be able to replace. And this would be, if I remember correctly, the second time he's had a really nice camera outfit that somebody just up and stole. So Chris doesn't know this yet, but after giving it due consideration and thought, I think I'm going to take Mariner up on the borrowing $326 against my loan that I'm already paying for, which would up my payments to, and I told him, I said, I can't pay any more than like $100 starting next month. So that'll be the end of December, because that's when I'll get my check again, so that I can have Christmas money. I will spend as little of it as I plausibly can and spend the majority of it as just that little bit of extra to have to live on for the month. So I'm going to call them Monday, tell them, let's do this. Let's get it set up. Let's decide on the payment amount, and let me know when I can come in and get the check and take it to my bank and cash it and go from there. But just because I have chosen to do this time doesn't mean I'm going to do it every month either. Because it's quite a chunk of change to be paying $66 a month. Now that payment could very easily go up to $100. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm doing a little bit. Now, hang on. More of this scabby slash partly feels the consistency of dandruff coupled with feeling like somebody walked up and dumped a bucket of sand in my head. I do have some gifts that I have made that I will be giving out to probably my niece, Chelsea, and I've got some clothes that I want to offer that I was just going to have sent to a thrift store. But I don't know, one, if they would like anything that I would be bringing, or two, if any of it would fit the person that I designated it to go to or that saw it and liked it and wanted it. For the kids, I decided that Secret Santa was a safe option, but I'll have to look it up online and figure out what I got to do to get possibly Christmas for Chelsea's kids that way. It won't cost me anything. It's still a heartfelt gift. And I know that Chelsea will understand and help the kids to understand that at least I'm thinking about them, that they really can't realistically expect us adults to go out and spend $40 on a Barbie doll for them if they're just going to destroy it. So if I can get Secret Santa on board, then the kids will be taken care of. The homemade gifts and the bags I've got two bags that I was going to give to the thrift store. And if it turns out that they don't want anything that I take down there when I do, that's fine. I'll just give it to the thrift store anyway, but at least the thought counts. At least I was thinking about them. And I have a couple of scarves made. I've got a real pretty baby blanket for Paisley. Yes, exactly. Because I don't know a dollar amount. It's really none of my business. I love Justin dearly, and I hope that him and Chelsea work it out and they can stay together and have a long, happy life and be loving towards each other. And he's working in a coal mine right now. I don't know what kind of money that makes a person, but it's very taxing and very difficult for him to have a lot of time that he can spend at home with the kids, with Chelsea. He doesn't come in a lot of times until 9 o'clock at night. And as soon as he walks in the door, he wants to get something to eat, something to drink, take a shower, change out of his dirty clothes, set up with Chelsea for a handful of minutes or whatever he can muster, and then everybody's off to bed. He wants to get out of the coal mines, and I don't blame him. I have past family ancestors, as far as I know, some of which may have actually died from it. It's been too long. I don't know now, but I've had family that has worked in coal mines before. My grandpa McGee being one of them, which was my mother's biological father. the mine that he was working one year collapsed on him and his group, and they almost died from it. They was able to get them out safely, but it's a very high risk job, and that's probably why the pay is so good, because they know that there is a certain percentage of men that could very well suffer an ill fate and die there. So yes, I am definitely working on that. It is definitely more cost effective, but I still owe it to myself to be smart about it and ask the people that I'm about to give these gifts to, is this something they're going to like? If not, give me some options and I'll see if it's something that I can make with yarn that, depending on how many rolls I get, depending on how big the project is, like if I'm doing a blanket for a queen size bed, in yarn alone, it could very well cost upwards in the neighborhood of $40 or more. If you get lucky and you catch a good deal or you catch some stuff on sale, that's even better. But I never know when those sales are going on. And today is Black Friday, so I do not want to go out to a store anywhere to get anything. I don't care how good the deals, because it makes people batshit fucking crazy. I love and equally hate Black Friday because of the pros and cons. You get good deals, but things can get ugly. People push and shove. People will camp out outside the store in freezing cold temperatures all night just to be the first ones in the door. Once it has been determined that the gifts that I'm about to make will be well appreciated and also used, then I'll go out, I'll find out what kind of colors they like. Do you want me to make you a blanket? Do you want me to make you a dress? Do you want me to make you a top, pillowcase, little pouch, purse thing you could carry your phone in? There's a lot of possibilities, but as much as it is an effort of love, it also plays hell with my carpal tunnel. Because as much as I love to crochet and am passionate about doing so, until I get this carpal tunnel situation sorted, which I really don't want them cutting on my wrists to clean it out. And I know that operation by way of cutting to clean out whatever it is in there that's causing it, you lose the use of your wrists for a time, or most likely what they would have to do is it would have to be a 2-step process. Like, how am I going to wipe my butt or feed myself or wash my hair if I can't use my wrists, because they decide to do them both in the same day? Most likely what they'll do is they'll do one first. They'll give that one time to heal, so that at least, kind of like having a cast, you may have to learn to use your other digit until that one has efficiently healed enough so that they can then successfully do the other operation to fix the other one. I have a book. I can't recall if I've mentioned it before or not, but it's called Great Works of Heart. It is a craft and hobby book that has the most adorable gifts that you can make that anybody would truly love and appreciate, if those items were something they were passionate about and they really liked. One of the pieces that I started a long time ago with the last crochet book I actually remember buying was, it would have been roughly about this long, and you had to do a series of granny squares to make it up, to make the different pieces and crochet them together to form a giant cat that you would fill the body and the head with fiberfill, and you could use it for either a home decoration or you could turn it into a doorstop by putting like some gravel in the bottom of it or something and, crocheting it shut. I had some yarn that was the perfect color combination for doing a cat like that. That had the colors of a calico: orange, black, green for the eyes, and I think like a cream color or off-white or something like that. I started it. I got the entire face done. I don't remember if I got so far as doing the ears. I got several squares and then I just stopped. The granny squares were too difficult for me to learn how to do. So rather than endlessly stress myself out by trying to do it anyway, because I really wanted to make this thing because it was so cute and it was a calico and I'm a very decorative person, I'm going to get me a crochet book sometime here in the near future and just see what kind of projects maybe I can find in there that would be fairly easy to do, wouldn't take a lot of time, and that would definitely be a homemade gift that I know somebody would truly enjoy. After I ask them, do you like this? Is this the kind of stuff you're into, or do you want something else? So yes, homemade gifts are already in the making. Each time I run across a batch of crocheted pieces that have been sitting around here for what seems like ever, I launder them if they need it. I put them in a garbage bag, and I find a way to label that garbage bag early Christmas. But yeah, anyway. Okay, well, hopefully, like you said, I'll have a better night's sleep this time because I've gotten a lot of stuff out that I held in for far too long. So my dreams will be a lot more pleasant because I have finally released those items, those things, and let them go. I'm going to go ahead and end this. I'm tired. Thanks for hanging as long as you did, and thanks for everything. And I hopefully will see you on the next live stream or the next time we can cross paths. Blessed be. Good night. See you next time.